Hi! Hello. Oh my goodness. I'm failing. Hi! Hello. I totally wasn't... I'm not half asleep and forgetting to do a million things. Hello. Hi! Welcome, B-Top. Why is the chat so weirdly big and rounded now? Okay, I fixed it. Hi. Just on my ABS. Welcome. Holy crap, today is a half asleep day. It's also a cooler day, thankfully. Since last...
Jeez.
Wrong one. Wrong one. Right one, but in the wrong direction. I caught it on the back, look! It's as if it's not the... Oh, never mind, it's right there. Can you... Oh my god, look, it's the three... It's just the three cheeses. Hello. Today's stream will be brought to you by the three cheeses. Wait. This is the three cheese stream. Hello. You thought it was Yook, but all this time, it was us.
Cheese
We're ever growing. We're growing. Hold on.
Cheese?
Hold on.
Cheese.
Where's the effect? What the f...
Oi, cheese.
Oh, there it is.
Shot post.
It's growing.
You
It's
stop.
growing. It's growing.
Cheese time.
We grow. Oh, there it is.
Fromage.
Extra. Why? What is this? I can't drag it. What the hell?
Jeez.
I'm being very confused right now by the control on... That doesn't work either. Oh, it's because it's driven by a flipping macro. Okay, never mind. So I'm confusing myself with my own audio setup. One sec. I also just fiddled with so many knobs. I'm just going to revert everything back to how it was originally. One sec. Okay, there we are. Hi. Hello. Hi. You thought it was cheese. Well, it's me. All along, the weird cat. Hello. Hi. Nymph, I know you're probably asleep right now. I did thank you in the chat, but I'm going to thank you again anyway. Thank you very much for the resub. Thank you for the pets, Cabbage. Well, yeah, welcome Nymph, welcome Cabbage, welcome Vance.
Cheese.
Hello. Retro Boy, welcome. Hello world and hello chat. Hello Rat. Cheers at the ready, lads. How dare you? Oh, it's a bit late for that now. Welcome B-Top. I mean, hi Yook. Hi. Welcome. Welcome Astrolite or Astrolite as well. And Chris. Hello. Welcome. I'm scrolling. I love that the motion blur doesn't know what to do with the moving 2D plane. Yeah, it's like, it will blur everything behind it. Even though it's like, just a cutout texture on it, which is, yeah, kind of interesting, isn't it? That the cutout doesn't apply to the motion blur. Cockipsy! Hello! Welcome. I scream. Nylon. New York local area network. Yes, different. Mobile. So I just realized that the rover equals turned down a little bit. Hibiki, thank you very much for the flipping prime sub. Hi, welcome. You getting AC today, Cockipsy? Holy! That sounds fantastic. I'm going to quiet down the music a little bit. Woo! Your remote came early. Oh wait, you got the remote before you got the main thing? That's kind of funny. That's almost like it's taunting you. Like, oh, you want this? Well, you don't have it yet. Here's like the temptation of what could be. Thank you very much for the pass. And welcome Anexia. Hi. Local area. Wait, did she say that? Did she say area network? I didn't even realize. In my head, I interpreted it as local area network. Hang on. Sorting out some cables. Okay, there we are. I am so half asleep that I forgot that... I basically forgot everything about how to stream this setup. Holy Yook. Welcome in, guys. Welcome. It's an Adorbs cat? I don't know, is it? I often read that as absorbs rather than adorbs, by the way. Cheese, that's what's going on. True, that's what's going on. She's yuking real hard. Yeah, I yuked. Occasionally I yuke. I had the AC, but no remote. But the remote was supposed to come on Thursday. But it's out for delivery. I've had my AC the whole time, but not the remote. Oh! Oh! Your remote came early, is coming. I've had my AC the whole time, but no remote. My AC has been stuck on the hot ever since September? No! Oh my god, that's torture. I assume you, like, turned it off, right, at the power, so you weren't actually getting cooked this entire time. Holy crap. What even is awake? I don't know. I'd like to know. It's been off the whole time. Oh, thank goodness. Man, it sucks you couldn't change that, though. Yeah. I feel like if I'd been in that situation, I would have just, like, tried to look up some infrared codes online and then tried to bash something together on an Arduino to make it emit the infrared to try to control it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm not sure. It's not saying it would have been successful, but I would have been tempted to start going down that route. Thank you for the pats. I probably would have tried the same thing. I mean, you've got the unit. You just have to convince it that it's supposed to do something. Thank you for the thank you for the pat psychic. Welcome psychic, but not thank you for the cheese psychic. In fact, how dare you psychic? Hi Hacken. Thank you for the pats as well. I'm so half asleep that I was like, yeah, of course, yeah, I'm 2D because today I'm going to be, you know, using my webcam. We're going to be looking at the LCD, right? And I've kind of forgot that for the webcam for you to be able to see the LCD requires me to, like, actually, you know, like, pick up the webcam and point it at the LCD. Yeah. Anyway. Stuff. If something is already broken, it can't become any worse. Why not try to fix it? True! I mean, that's completely separate, right? It wouldn't even be modding the thingy. It would just be you're trying to make your own makeshift remote. But anyway, yeah. Hi, welcome, gentle person. How dare I? Easily. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! I wish I could activate reverb and move myself at the same time, but I have to use both hands, which means getting away from the mic, and then I can go, oh no! Okay, how's the Yook? Tired. I've been getting some not great sleep recently, but I have been getting sleep, so I can't be too ungrateful about it, because sometimes I can't even. Full stop. Can only odd. The remote has a number of degrees of freedom. I'm too lazy for all that. I like your manner. Why did I read I like your mama for a second? You probably do like my mama as well, but... Same? Pat. Yeah. And there's like a million different... I mean, this isn't unique to aircon. There's like... everyone, you know... Nobody wants to implement the same system, except for, like, random Chinese things. They all seem to have settled on, like, this one standard remote that's, like, uses the same flipping codes, which is pretty cool for a load of cheap things like, you know, RGB lights and things. But apart from that, every company wants their own IR protocol, and... Anyway. The real question is why I didn't get a remote sooner. I wonder. Let's see if it'll let me type in chat. It did! Hi, Retro! Welcome. EPA works. It does. Sorry. I know what the answer is to that, though, Cockoopsie. Okay, so, at the end of the last stream, we ended up... Man, why have they changed the flipping... Sorry. They've changed... pointlessly the font of various things on the Twitch embedded feed things on OBS, just because it's just loading pages from Twitch's website. And so Twitch has changed the font that it's using for the various things. So now my OBS font has changed for the interface. And this font is, as the trend always goes, wider and wasting more space. And yeah, anyway. Thankfully, on OBS, I can just click on the panel and press Control minus, and everything shrinks. So that's actually very nice. Because it's literally just a web page. That's the one good thing about things just being like entire goddamn browsers. When people get lazy enough they don't even change the default shortcuts of the browsers, you can use shortcuts to like change the font size and maybe even reload the panel. I'm gonna see if Control R reloads this panel. I don't know what Control R does on OBS. And before it ends my entire stream, but let's see. Aha! It reloads the panel! Okay, that's funny. Okay, so if I like lose connection to the activity feed on OBS, I can just click on the panel and press Control R, and the pane reloads because it's just a web page. Hi, Doohoo. I never knew that. That's funny. Yeah. I feel like I need to show this on stream because this is just funny to me. This is actually amusing. But I have a strange sense of humor. But what's this set up to capture? Screen 1. That sounds good. What the hell is this? Oh, it's PNG Tuber Plus. Get out of there. Get out. I'm pressing the button now. Boop. And look at that amazing blackness. But look at this. Here's the pane. You can just click in it, and you can like change the font size with Control plus and minus, and you can press Control R, and the whole thing reloads. And then tells me I have filters turned on, and then it actually loads. I guess you can do the same with the chat. It's so funny. It's literally just an embedded web page. I don't know why this is funny to me. Anyway. Oh yeah, right. Like I said, I didn't prepare anything. Also, did I say hi, Doohoo? Hi, Doohoo. Welcome, welcome. I can wave with my mouse pointer. I can't with my hand. I mean, my hand is controlling my mouse pointer. Yeah, because as I said, I wasn't prepared for anything because I forgot how to stream, so I don't even have Visual Studio Code running. Okay, it's loading now. Might as well load the datasheet as well. I don't think I'm even going to need the datasheet. Words spoken moments before disaster. I don't think I'm going to need the datasheet. Random flashbang right there. Why is it not showing the... Why is it not showing the logo? Logo? Oh, there it is. Huh. Oh, I must have bumped that control when I was doing this silly thing at the beginning of my stream. Twitch was acting very weird. I kept opening up the chat rules repeatedly. Couldn't close it until I switched browsers. Amazing, amazing. Hey, speaking of other things that they've changed for no reason. Let's turn every button into a circle. The inevitable evolution from square to circle. We're at the middle stage right now, where we've lost the corners, but we haven't lost the edges yet. Soon, then eventually we'll lose the edges and everything will just become a giant circle. As you all know, the most space-efficient shape for packing in information. Oh wait, it's the least. I've kept missing chat. Twitch, YouTube. Let's change things. Users Y. Yes. Job security is what I say. I'm sorry. I'm extremely pessimistic. Chiropractor and whipping the AI into behaving. Good fucking luck. I finally managed to force it into a... Okay, I'm not sure I should be reading this part, but sure. It sounds like you're having a good time there. Okay. Vance, tell that to Electron. Some devs missed the memo. Wait, tell which thing? Everything is a website was supposed to be a meme. Oh yes, true. We're in the Squircle stage. I read Squirtle at first, yeah. Alright, so, remember my last stream where I was like, it's gonna be a quick stream. We're just gonna make sure that my LCD library works. Here is said LCD library. Looked a little bit different before. Ignore this, this is extremely cursed. We'll skip past that. It also doesn't work, but anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Remember in the last stream, I was like, let's just do a quick stream to see if the LCD library works. And 4 hours later, I was ending stream with it still not working. Then I worked on it for like another day of stream. I couldn't get it to work. Then I worked for it for like another day of stream. I couldn't get it to work. Then I worked for it for a third day. And eventually, at the end of the day, I was able to get something to appear, and then yeah, anyway, now it's working. So, it saved you three more, like disappointing, letdown, ending streams. Anticlimactic, that's the word. Saved you 3 more anticlimactic streams. Whenever I think a project is going to be quick, it never is. Yeah. We don't do these things because they're easy. We didn't because we thought they would be easy. Yeah, so... remember a few streams ago when I said, I don't think I need to use... Oh, hold on, I can't easily show this right now because I didn't prepare another folder. Where is it? Get here. Music. Actually, you know what? I don't mind the music there right now. I'll turn it down a little bit, but not a huge amount. That's on the wrong screen as well. What is preparation? Okay, there we go. Remember a few streams ago, like actually this goes all the way back to when I was testing this on the Arduino. So really quite a few streams ago. Must be like a month ago by now. I was like, well, I mean, I'm only going to be sending data. Remember a few streams ago where I was like, I'm only going to be sending data to the LCD. So this little line here called chip enable. Now you can read it. Oh, wait, I was turning the wrong way. Never mind. Welcome, Commodore. And we can just keep that on the whole time, right? It can listen the whole time. And it worked on the Arduino. But for some who knows what reason, it worked when it was connected to the Arduino, which is running at 5 volts. But it does not like working with this permanently held low if it's running at 3.3 volts. It took me flipping days to realize that weirdness about it. I was trying every single conceivable like other alternative thing, and I was like, because why would we've already sussed out that it's fine if I keep that enabled. So anyway, in the end I was like yeah, anyway, I eventually realized. So now I'm using that. And because I'm now using that line, yes, it is a Nokia screen. Because I'm now using that wire, I'm now out of pins on this little microcontroller. I've lost my photos again. There it is. That's on the wrong screen again. There it is. This little microcontroller here, which is what I'm writing the code for. It, yeah, all of the pins that I can easily use without causing issues by reusing them for different things are in use. So I've ordered not next level up. It's a bit weird to say next level up because they're like, there are so many different dimensions in which you can like go up to something more advanced on these chips. Like you could just increase the RAM if you wanted, or you could add support for USB if you wanted and keep the RAM and things the same, and yeah. This is a thing that has 32 kilobytes of storage space and 8 kilobytes of RAM and 32 pins on it. And no built-in digital to analog converter. So for getting the audio out of it, I was just doing like really fast pulsing. Not even that fast pulsing. Why cheese? Hi, Ovaknagged. Welcome back, by the way. Welcome back. WEIRDC80. WEIRDC80. Hi, Traceler. Thank you very much for the resub. Well, thank you very much for the question mark.
Missing the one but catching the one. Do I have the early but metadone part-like?
Part-like. Thank you very much for like the follow or something. I'm not sure if it's but thank you very much, Ovaknagged. I did notice it. And Liquid, thank you very much for the resub. Hi. Welcome. There's money bags over here. Hope you're doing alright. Refollow. Hi. Welcome. I appreciate it. Engagement bait train. Oh, did they change font to one with worse hinting? Look how terrible this looks. Take a close look at how terrible this font looks now. Anyway. That's also a trend. Moving away from fonts that are properly hinted. Oh my goodness. So I've changed from this 32 pins, 32 kilobytes, 8 kilobytes of RAM, 32 kilobytes of code storage, and /data, whatever, everything you need is on there. I'm I've changed to one with pins that are very slightly closer together. See, this was difficult for me to solder in the first place. Well, it wasn't that difficult. It just was, I don't know, a little bit time consuming. First attempt looked like this. Then I fixed it up. And amazingly, it still works. One of the pins behaves a bit weirdly. That might be due to my bad soldering, but whatever. So this is 0.65 millimeters between these pins, and I've ordered another one of these microcontrollers, a little bit higher spec, which has pins on all four sides, and the pins are fractionally closer, but it's only 0.5 millimeters instead of 0.65 millimeters, so it's not too much closer. I think I might be able to get it soldered onto one of these breakout boards. Not the same breakout board, but I ordered some others from AliExpress. The reason I did that though is because that the upgraded thing has, for a start, the main reason I did it is because the upgraded one has a digital to analog converter. So I should be able to like get actual true varying voltage out of it, which will make getting audio out of it so much easier, and I don't need to like low pass filter it and stuff. It can just feed it right into an amplifier, into a speaker, simplifies things a lot. Also, I was like, well, if I'm upgrading that, I might as well like, why didn't I just get one with like double the storage space? I'm gonna need to store a bunch of sprites and like sound related things in here, so then I went for the one with 64 kilobytes instead of 32. Still only 8 kilobytes of RAM though. And but it's in the same series as this, like the ultra low power consumption one, which is really nice. And I was like, okay, if I'm doing that, well, it would also be good to get like ones with more pins, right? So I had a look. They've got one with 36 pins. Okay, well that's barely above 32. If I'm upgrading, I might as well upgrade more. And they have one with 48 pins. So I was like, okay, sure. And I went to the European, like whatever. The fact that European is irrelevant. The e-store page where you can buy directly from them, because it's the most flipping cost-effective way of getting it. I don't know why anyone would use like other distributors, because it's cheapest to get it right from them, and it's flipping free delivery. Hashtag not sponsored, but like why would you even get it any other way? Anyway, so I was like, okay, 48 pin ones, sure. And I was like I flipping had them added to my cart, and I was like, yeah, okay, but like, how much more expensive would it be to go for the 64 pin one? Like, it can't be much more, right? I was going to go with the 48 pin, but what about 64? And I had a look, and it was cheaper than the 48 pin one. Well, fuck that. It removes 48 pin from cart and puts 64 pin in, so we're getting the 64 pin one. So yeah. Cheaper for like more stuff. I'm guessing it's because it's more in demand, right? So they have the price lower. Anyway, let me catch up on chat now. Yeah, I guess so, because like, I guess people are thinking a similar thing, right? Better err on the side of caution, get one with more pins in case you need them. As we've seen, you can accidentally, you can unknowingly design for a certain number of pins, and then later realize oops, forgot I'd need that. So then you need more pins, and then you run out of pins, so might as well. Anyway. Right, catching up in chat. Sorry, I had to say that big story. Let's catch up. Nyan. I've never seen it spelled that way. Hi Lotus, welcome. Finally saying hello. The only thing AI is good for right now is to be a glorified search engine. If it's actually using a normal search engine behind the scenes, yes. Then it can be good for that. That's not the only thing. Well, it depends what you mean by AI. Certainly commercialized AI, yes. I mean, AI is such a fucking useless buzzword. It basically is only used by corporate entities that are trying to commercialize it. So I guess in a way I could say that yes, AI is stupid, but machine learning things are not all crap. Anything that's using the buzzword probably is. I don't know, sorry. Anyway, hot takes coming out left, right, and center right now. Anyway, let me keep on reading. I don't know if fun is the correct word, but it is complete with screenshots. I just need a 3-conductor cable to actually test the whole ordeal. Would 3 wires work? Look at screen, yep.
Oh my goodness! Welcome, Sleepy Teal. Is it easier to get a new microcontroller or to get a shift register? Well, the problem is speed. Yeah, the problem is speed. I can't be clocking out to the problem is speed. That would be much, much slower. And I'm trying to not run this. I'm trying already to run it at a low clock speed to save power, because I want this to be able to run for weeks at least on batteries. Catching up, and no ray tracing. What's font hinting? Font hinting! Okay. I need to demonstrate this. What's the easiest way to demonstrate this? Notepad, I guess.
Notepad. So, let's go to actual size. Actually, maybe I should get the Windows magnifier loaded. But anyway, when you are typing in a font like Nyan, okay, let's do it like this so it's a single pixel. You probably will need to be watching this at 1080 to be able to see some of this stuff. If you're using vector fonts rather than bitmap fonts, Myriad!
Simon says 3 cheese.
Simon does not say Simon.
Simon says 3 cheese.
Simon says 3 cheese. Hi, welcome, Myriad. No! How dare you?
Cheese.
Hi, Tellerian. Welcome. If you're using a vector font and you can choose any size, like I actually don't know if Notepad lets you choose non-integer font sizes, but let's try it. Okay, size must be a number, as we all know. Fractional numbers are not numbers. Anyway, but yeah, so it's basically scaling up the vectors, right? And so there's an ideal position. Let's just get so imagine these are the pixels on your screen. There's an theoretically ideal position that which pixels would be lit, right? Imagine if you're trying to draw an O or something. Would that be the best way of doing it? No, maybe, what would be the best way of demonstrating this? If you're just trying to draw a capital I, a straight line, there's no guarantee that it would align neatly with the grid and that this one should be precisely on and this one should be precisely off and this one should be precisely off. Same if it's meant to be a diagonal line like this. There's no guarantee that it would be this one on, this one on, this one on, neatly going down like that. So what fonts can do is they can hint that when you're rendering these things, if you don't know which side, if it could be on one side or the other side and you don't know which, go for this one, for example. And this is a bit of a simplification, but it results in things looking much nicer when you look at the actual pixels. Let's take a screenshot of this and zoom in. So this looks kind of nice, right? We're not getting ugly doubling up of pixels. There's only this one that's on here. We don't have accidentally another one there and another there and there, and we're not accidentally ending up with lines that are getting oddly fatter in some places and thinner and stuff as it aligns and then misaligns with the grid and stuff. But for some reason, basically the only fonts I found that are properly hinted are the ones that were included with Windows back in the 90s. This is not an exaggeration. I repeat, this is not an exaggeration. Look at this. I'm going to try and make it a size where it's more obvious. That was actually not that bad. Even the Y is a bit there though, but look at this. Screenshot. Paste. Are you seeing this? It's actually not a great example. Let me bump it up slightly. Perhaps I shouldn't be trying to write something that's pretty much all straight edges. Let's put an O in there. Okay, perfect. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Why is this getting thicker as well? What is going on here? It's even there, it looks a little bit ugly. We could probably do without it getting thicker there. By the way, this is only a problem because I've chosen that I don't want my fonts to be anti-aliased. Because I prefer stuff being sharp. If you have on Windows clear type turned on, then this would probably look beautiful. But people like don't bother to make it look good for people who don't want anti-aliasing on anymore. And this is really sad. By the way, it may have looked like I was cherry picking the worst one here, but if we go back to the other font, Korea New, I can choose literally any size and you'll never get that problem. Look, do you see? You're never getting this doubling up and thickening of any of these characters. Eventually, the thickness will grow, but it'll grow for everything together like that. You're never just suddenly getting like little extra thick bits. This is the same for fonts like Arial. It just like looks sharp all the time. And it bugs me a lot. Look at that. Look how clean this looks. Ah. And it's annoying because like there are some nice looking coding fonts. I think I had one. What was it called? Open Symbol? Is that the one? No, actually, no, it can't be Open Symbol. That one is probably hinted. Which one was it? Oh, Noto, yeah, the Noto ones. These are actually looking correct here. What the hell? I could have sworn that some of these did not look correct. That one certainly doesn't. This is an example of one that's not got the proper hinting. Oh, look at this one. The B, wait, is it inconsistent even? Hang on, let me see. No, it is consistent. It's consistently wrong. Look at this. This is like, you've got half the thickness on this B line, but on this B line it's double the thickness. Anyway. Hinting can get rid of this. Well, just, you know, help stuff look better. But for some reason, the majority of fonts are not nowadays. Even this one is meant to be like, oh, look at that. We're actually missing the cross of the, what I assume is the Z entirely. Oh, what is that? What is that? Wait, what is that meant to be? Oh, maybe that is just how it's meant to look. No, I think that's just... I think that's a feature, not a bug. Apparently that's just how it looks at any size. Interesting. That's a bit weird. Anyway. Sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent. Let me catch up on the chat. Anti-aliasing? Yeah, anti-aliasing, no. The hinting is to make it look... To either make... well, basically to make fonts flipping look cleaner and more consistent. People seem to only try to make them look good with anti-aliasing now, basically. I think that technically is still hinting in that to help make it look better with anti-aliasing, but it's not good enough to make it look better in 1-bit rendering mode where it's either on or off. And it's sad. I don't want to have to make all my text look blurry with anti-aliasing just to make it not look shit. But now look at this font. You see? A-N-T aliasing. What's und hin ing? This is me. I'm like exaggerating all the bits that are unusually bold due to the crapply thingies font. Doesn't look so bad when I shrink it down, but there are certain sizes that look particularly bad. That also looks particularly bad. That also looks kind of bad. That also looks kind of bad. Okay. Once it gets big enough, it gets harder to notice the difference between like 7 pixels wide versus 8 pixels wide. But when it's like 1 pixel wide versus 2 pixels wide, it stands out a lot more. Maybe the 64-pin is more common. Yes. I missed a Nyan redeem ages ago. Let me do it now. Oh wait, I haven't even flipping done any of the redeems. Okay, I've done 1 Nyan. That's for a Commando. Wait, was it always Commando? Wait. Commando 456. Wait, have you changed your name? Thank you for the claps. Never too many pins. LM is like asking a guy that read too much on the internet. I mean, it's gambling, but whatever. What do you mean AI is God? What are you even programming? Why do you even walk, bro? Just use AI. I can only use a computer these days thanks to machine learning with voice to text. Yeah, speech recognition is very cool. I found college has something to say about that. Simon says, sorry, cheers. How is Yook? Holy crap, I've got so much catching up to do. This is crazy. This is crazy. I love streaming from 64 pins to anti-aliasing. You're gonna move to Linux TTY only soon? Only if I don't have to have anti-aliasing. Comic Sans? I'm pretty sure Comic Sans is properly hindered. Yep. Comic Sans, unironically superior to most fonts nowadays. In terms of hinting. Hi Lane, welcome, welcome. Does Microsoft come with the API font family? Okay, I didn't change the font back to one that... There you go. One that distinguishes between lowercase l and capital I. I don't know what that is, so possibly none, or I'm just oblivious. That happens a lot. Hope the lane is alright. Have a nice sleep, Hakun, if you're still here. Break my kerning. No, not the kerning as well. Maybe with the Windows AI. The Windows AI? The GitHub one? It's still weird to me to think that Microsoft owns GitHub now. It always used to be GitHub Copilot. It's so weird to me that it's now Microsoft's Copilot. Maybe MS could train a discriminator that picks the best anti-aliasing algorithm. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want to use a text prediction thingy to do that. But maybe, who knows? You have changed? Okay, thank goodness. Oh, that means I'm catching up with chat! Oh my god, I'm catching up. Dread it. Run from it. Linux still arrives. Hi, Myriad. Welcome. I used to dislike anti-aliasing, but since I moved to 2160, 1440, that aren't monstrous. The tiny pixel fonts I used to use are getting a little tiny. Yeah, okay. When it's that high, well, I mean, it comes down to pixel density rather than resolution, doesn't it? That's what you're saying. If you have a monitor that's not enormous and it is really high resolution, then it's not so bad. Like, for example, my phone. I don't mind the fact that there's anti-aliasing on the text on my phone. Because, like, it's a high resolution. Like, it's the same, on one of its axes, it's the same resolution as my screen in front of me, but it's squashed into the area of just a few inches, and so it doesn't look blurry to me. But yeah. The lane is happily working on a compiler. It's a lot of fun doing something nice! I'm glad you are. You should definitely do some APL. I don't know what APL is. Yeah, I hope it goes well, Lane. Congratulations on making progress. Need to move to 8K. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna catch up on redeems that I should have done a very long time ago. There was a hydration 38 minutes ago by BTop. I'm very sorry if you're still here. I'm doing it right now. I never really got past like the intro part of the stream, did I? And then we started getting sidetracked on fonts. I think it's gonna be that kind of day, huh? That kind of stream. Okay, a million cheeses, some pats, holy, retro, spooky, throw cheese. There was a nyan, which I did 17 minutes ago, is when it was asked for. Okay, and another one 11 minutes ago by Vance. Thank you very much. I'm gonna hydrate again. There we are. So, regarding putting long nukes on the LCD, that now works. I guess I should demonstrate. Let's just plug it in and I'll show it on the camera before I inevitably break everything, right? Apparently it's no longer working. It was working. It no longer works. Oh wait, do I still have this version of the code uploaded? I do. Okay, let's put that back. Slight spoilers, upload. Just making sure it works. It works. There we are. I can just say it works, and then you'll just have to believe me. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna get up on the screen one sec. Preparing the view. Preparing. The 5th of November. I'm cropping the thingy. That'll do. It's a little out of focus. I'll fix that in a bit. What resolution is this? Does it remember the resolution correctly? Yeah, it has. I didn't remember the focus for some reason. Okay, the focus is now fixed. And let's get this thing up on the screen. Right, any second now. There it is. It's right behind me as well. Why am I zoomed in so much? So, ta-da! Look at her! Look at her! Why are we preparing? Everyone's always preparing. Just go. I'm trying. Anyway, I guess I should turn on my scope for this at some point as well, because I was testing.
Yes.
I was testing.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese. Omni! Hi, welcome. How are you doing? Why cheese? I was testing the timing of this, but I've already got a lot of the timings written down. So I wrote a thing. It can like draw a sprite wherever, and it also handles. Okay, this is a slight spoiler for a problem. But it also handles correctly under some circumstances the Hi Tomatolicious. Yeah, apparently. It took me days to work out why it wasn't appearing. If Yook was a worm, would we feed her cheese? Probably yes. Whoa!
Why am I evil now? Mouse? Mouse? It's possible to dodge the cheese, mouse. Hi, Very! Welcome. Hi, Memtooth as well. Welcome. You escaping to the hiccup chamber for a moment. Yeah. Hi, Axia as well. Oh my goodness, I'm being licked from both ends. While also being chopped in half. Alright, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah, so it also handles, sprites that would be off the edge of the screen to the left or to the right. I don't need to worry about up or down, I think, due to the kind of stuff I'm going to be showing. But like, if I wanted
this sprite to be drawn so far to the right that it extends off the right edge of the canvas, if you like, off the edge of the LCD, well, that would like wrongly wrap down to the left, like back to the left of the LCD and down a bank, right? And if it should draw so far to the left that it would be off the left edge of the screen, then that would wrap back around to the right of the screen above. And that's not what I want either. So if I want to draw this so far off to the right of the screen that like it would be off the edge, well, let's see what happens. Let's draw it at, let's say, 60. The screen's only 84 pixels wide, and this is quite a long Yook, so drawing it off the edge of the screen would normally break, but... I mean, it wouldn't break, it would just look wrong. But... ta-da! Ignore the two little black dots at the top right. That's like dirt that is somehow inside the LCD. I'm not even going to try to fix that. How am I blitzing const bitmap? I'll show you eventually. So that works. Hi Fox, welcome. So that works, but so to try to make this faster, I changed it to, thank you for the pats, Chris, to try to make it faster. Well, maybe I should show you the timings. I took some recordings of like the power usage and amount of time and stuff. Let me put all this stuff back. Oh my goodness, for being easy to see on stream. Okay, therein lies the problem at the very bottom of the text file. But yeah. I also found some ways of like I reduced the clock voltage, the CPU core voltage as well, and that reduces the current slightly, but for some reason it does not reduce the drawing speed at all. So it's like, fine, let's just lower the voltage a bit and save a bit of power because it doesn't affect the speed apparently for the stuff that I'm doing anyway. So nice. Nice. Let's save 40. Wait, it's not milliamps, it's microamps. Let's save 40 microamps for free, which sounds good to me. Anyway, 80 in the case of when we're in the fast oscillator mode for generating speech. Anyway, and I was timing like how long it takes to draw this thing. It's 2.3 when I zoomed in, it was like 2.284. So originally it took this much time, 2.284 to milliseconds to draw a long nuke, which is quite a lot of time. But I was able to get it down to this, less than a millisecond. And this is, by the way, this is now running at 2 megahertz, not 1 megahertz, because it's more efficient. Like you can see, like if you look at the amount of current that's being used per megahertz, it's actually more efficient to be running at a higher speed, up to a point at least. So like, you know, you'd expect if it's using 200 microamps at 2 megahertz, you'd expect 100 microamps at 1 megahertz, right? But it's actually 116. So like it'll actually use less power if we just go to like a higher clock speed and we draw as fast as we can and then we turn off into stop mode, than if we do it slower at a slower clock speed and then go into stop mode. So we're actually going to use like more power, but for like less time. So in total, we're actually using less power. Thanks for going to my TED Talk. Anyway, the way that I was able to get it to speed up so much is basically in the loop originally, I was copying column by column by column from the sprite. That is byte by byte, because the way that the data is stored is in 1 byte per 8 pixel tall column. It's 1 bit per pixel, and it's stored in columns of 8 pixels. So 1 byte is 1 column of 8 pixels. To make it faster, I made it so that, well, it's a 32-bit CPU, right? You can do an operation on 32 bits at once, not just 8 bits. Why don't we just like read 32 bits at once and then write it? And yeah, that works. You can write 4 columns of 8 pixels. But the problem, there's a little problem, and it's kind of a big problem with how I'm doing it currently. When I'm wanting to draw to a position of the screen that is like whose x coordinate is not a multiple of 4, it crashes because it doesn't like accessing a 32-bit integer at an address that is not a multiple of 4.
4.
4 bytes, 32 bits. Why?
Jeez.
Why? I should tell you from right that you saying that, but you're flipping throwing cheese at me. Why would you do that? So yeah, that's a problem. I also saw that it's possible to disable this crashing on purpose whenever something is designed to be done or just attempted to be done with a 32-bit without it being aligned to 32 bits. Why am I so wide? Hi, Collaborus. Welcome. Or Collaborus? Collaborus? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But unfortunately, it says it will still crash when specific instructions are attempted to be done on that. And so this didn't actually fix it. So didn't work, unfortunately, but it was fun looking down into the details of the ARM CPU and the fact that you can disable the a controlled crash when some operations on 32-bit things are attempted. Thank you for the posture check. Let's do it. Yeah! Sorry. That was very weird. I was already stretching while trying to talk. I got hydration on 1137 as well. It's good. Thank you. We're already over half the way through this bottle of Nyan juice. That's crazy. Anyway, so I don't think I'll be able to do this easily. I would need to, you know, Nyan, basically. Basically, I'd need to Nyan. So yeah, I can't really do this. So I'm gonna go back to the version that does it based on bytes rather than 32 bits. Because I can't work out a way to, you know, magically make the addresses be what I want them to be. At least not without storing 4 times the amount of data. And I've only got 8 kilobytes. You know, I could make a version of the data that is like, got every possible alignment. Like off by 0 bytes, which is aligned, off by 1, off by 2, and off by 3. But I need to store the data 4 times. This is already using half a kilobyte. I've only got 8 kilobytes to spare, so we're not going to do that. I'll just put up with the slowness, I guess. Kind of, you know, very lame, but I don't know any way around that. Long Indian? It is Little Indian. And yes, I am changing the CPU speed when it's for certain tasks. When it's going to be playing audio, then it's going to go up a bit. XOR the last bit. XOR the last bit. Not sure what you mean. Is it possible to store the references of the data instead of sending over 4 times the data? I'm also not sure what you mean. Oh. I guess I could...
Cheese.
Hi, Acidin. I guess I could... just not have... Oh no, because that would make flickering. That would make flickering. I was about to say, I could just like not have a buffer at all and just tell the LCD, hey, I want to draw this long Yook at this position on the LCD now. Now I'm sending out the picture of the long Yook and there it is on the screen. But if I do that, then it's going to be flickering on the LCD, you know? It's going to take time to draw all the different sprites at different positions. And, you know, I clear the screen, which is actually really going to clear the pixels on the LCD, and then it's going to draw a thing which is going to appear, you know, everything's going to appear on the screen immediately if I don't have this little buffer. So it would be slower, and it'd be flickering, but yeah. Well, it might not actually be slower if it's able to go at like 4 times the speed. Well, I wouldn't even be doing any of this crap. It would just be sending out over SPI. There would be no such thing as this, really. Well, not much. Wait, no. Would this even be possible? I don't think it'd be even possible for me to draw transparent sprites on the LCD. Because I would need to know what the current colors on the LCD are to be able to mix the transparent thing correctly. To combine it, you know? And you can't read back from the LCD. Which is annoying. XOR the last bit. Can I force the address to be byte aligned? I mean, I would need to memory copy all the data to a new area. And the new area starts, you know. So I start on like a off by 1 byte as the copy source, and then the destination would be aligned. And then I could recopy the entire long Yooks, you know, from a certain position in the long Yook that's not at the very beginning. Or 4 pixels in, or 8 pixels in, or 12 pixels in. So for example, if I wanted to draw it like 7 pixels off to the left, it could just start capturing, you know, from 7 pixels in, copying from 7 pixels in on the long Yook, and copy that to another location of memory. And then copy that to the where it needs to be, but firstly, the destination would still not be aligned, so that would still be a problem. And secondly, the process of copying is going to have to go byte by byte, because this is the problem, right? It can't access something like the 32 in a 32-bit way if it's not byte aligned, so it's going to have to go byte by byte. So if it's going to be copying byte by byte anyway, we might as well skip the effort of copying the thing to a separate place byte by byte and then blitzing it 32-bit. Why don't we just copy it byte by byte to where we need it in the end anyway? Because that'll be faster than copying it byte by byte and then copying it again in a faster way. It's like we have to it's like you're trying to move furniture, right, in some really slow moval van over to like a safe location, and then you can carry it in a sports car to where it needs to go. But we could just carry it in the slow van to where it needs to go in the first place. And then we don't even have the extra step of the sports car, which can only like add slowdown, right? If you see what I mean. As long as you're not playing House Tetris. What is House Tetris? What is House Tetris? Okay, so yeah, this cursed line here is this macro where we just pretend that the array, an array like a pointer to an array of 32-bit things is 8-bit. Then we increment that, and then we pretend that that final thing is a 32-bit pointer. And it's when we are trying to like read or write from such a thing that's no longer aligned to 32 bits that it's like, I think it's time for me to crash. For me, it's moving everything around the house until it fits. By the way, this works. You saw it work, right? When this was a multiple of 4. I strategically chose 60 because I know 60 is a multiple of 4. But if I would have chose 61, then this would have happened. Watch the long Yook. Now you see her. And now you still do because it's still in the display's RAM. But if I turn it off and back on, then it actually redraws. Now you don't. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Hi Israel, welcome. It is actually on, I promise. Yep, she departed, exactly. So anyway, all this is to say that I made it nice and fast, but it only works on multiples of 4, so it's unusable anyway. So time to close this and copy from a backup this version again. And we'll be using that, I think. Oh, also, one more thing I need to change. But I think I might, just for satisfaction, I think I might just make a little thing first before I change. Hang on, I'm getting ahead of myself again. One sec. Which one of these did I destroy? Hold on. I'm gonna delete that and put this back. Yes, this one. And run. I would code as well, but I'm currently being cat-matted. Oh my. It's like a mat capped. Wait, what is this? This hasn't been changed, has it? I didn't have this in the... Wait, what have I done? What have I done? That's not the changed version. That's... Huh? Hold on. Let me try this again. Where is it? Cut, paste, come on. There we are. I was wondering, I don't know what the hell happened there, but I thought I extracted from the backup, but the weird CPU thingy was still there, so I knew it hadn't actually replaced it. Stu, hi! Also, yeah. Kidneys are okay right now, thank you. If you've got space, you keep the function around to get the performance boost when the address happens to be a multiple of 4. Yeah, but then it would have to be doing a check every single time I draw something. But yeah. I'm not sure how that would help though. I don't know, I knew. As long as I'm not playing houses. For me, it's moving everything around the house until it fits. I see sleep. Hope the stew is. Is the stew? Hope the stew is. Okay, this was a cursed version where I was starting to try to make it work with 16-bit instead of 32-bit. Oh wait, no, this was actually not quite being done in the same way. This is when I stored the sprite data as 16. Okay, I hadn't changed it yet at this point. Interesting. Oh my goodness, my thing is dying. Woof! Did you see that? Slow down. Sorry, that was really fucking loud. Alright, time to try and change all this code back to what it was originally. Because I didn't make a backup of that.
Jeez.
Jeez. Oh, jeez. We'll do this again. Put that back. We don't need any of this anymore. We definitely don't need that. Oh wait, no, we do need that, and we need to divide or multiply by 2 because we're skipping 2. The way my sprite is stored is 2 bytes for every column. One of them is like the transparency mask, and then one of them is the values of the pixels, black or white. So one of them has a 0 bit in the areas that should be opaque, and a 1 bit in pixels that should be preserved. Transerved, I need to say, or transperved. That's weird. And then the other one should be 1 when the pixels should be black, or 0 when it's white. Or more specifically, yeah, 0 when it should keep its current state. And its current state will be whatever it was originally, if it's transparent, or reset to white, if it should be opaque. Therefore, 0 will be white if it's opaque, and 1 if it's black. Okay, thanks for going to my TED Talk. Let's try and make the code actually do something now. What's wrong with this? Oh, right, I changed things. I'm putting things back. This needs that as well. Sorry, I'm just quickly trying to put my code back to how it was off stream, but I never backed up this version, so I think that's everything. Let's make sure that works. So we're going to try to draw a long Yook at... What's this complaining about? Oh, I did change it. Oh, I was looking at this. I was looking at this one instead of this one. Okay, no, I did already change it into being like separated into separate bytes. Okay. Let me just copy the data from a version where it was already separated. Sorry about this. I'm doing some Frankensteining on this stuff. Bring it back to how it was before. Oh, do I not have the data in here anymore? Oh, this is a version that's so old it doesn't have any LCD stuff. Really? Wow, I didn't back that. Okay, well, time to load another Visual Studio program. This is the one that creates this text data from a PNG file. Can't remember if I've shown this on stream yet. Self-inflicted cursed version. Yeah. As long as you know how to purify it, it's not as cursed as you think. Beaks, hi! Is that a cat who's currently not getting cooked? Well, yeah, maybe very slow cooked. We're very close. Look at that, it's 29 degrees. Oh my god. Hi, Bix. Welcome. Also, what version of this do I have? Because I modified this to make it output 32-bit thingies instead of 8-bit thingies. So make sure that this Visual Studio projects, LCD bitmap to text. Which one are we running? Well, just load and see what it is. I put both backed up here, so. Let's see. If working with graphics, make sure to use Visual Studio. I need a thing that can compile easily. I just want to click a button and have it run. Okay, this is the 8-bit version. In that case, we can just run it again. Or run it, rather. And... so we should have a text file. Here it is. Where is it? Why is the font... oh, I never closed this, I guess. So I never saved from the default should be. Anyway, let's put that right there. Boop. That needs to be 4. I still need to fix this thing to do that. Anyway, that should be okay now. Except it's not. What are we doing? We need a semicolon here. Okay, fair enough. Now what? BMP ly data is undefined. Oh yeah. I'm gonna make a better way to do this eventually. It's also not just gonna be one entire long uke eventually. We're gonna have the face parts separate. We're gonna have the, like, the head with no face on it, which will be a bit cursed. The tail mid piece, which will just be 1 pixel wide. I'll make a function to, like, draw one, basically just smear 1 column across as wide as we need it. And then we'll have the tail end piece to be drawn at the very end of the tail. Okay, saying there are no errors, so let's compile and see if we get a long uke at the very... wait, what is this? Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, let's see if we get a long uke on the screen at the very left. Compiling, uploading... hey, look at her, there she is. So now if we change this to be 7 pixels off screen, 7 famously not a multiple of 8. That should work again, and we should see her cropped off the left side by 7 pixels, hopefully. Or it's gonna be very broken. Oh my god, I think it might have worked. Okay, nice. And we could also have her peeking in just barely from the left side if we, like, put it like 75 pixels. I mean from the right side, sorry. 7 is a prime example. A prime example. Okay, there she is. Look, she's peeking! Look! Oh, okay, never mind. I move it and it suddenly becomes impossible to see. I don't dare to try it out. Not in this heat while it contains eggs. Wait, the strawberry lasagna? Oh my goodness. Interesting. Okay, so this works. I've successfully restored it to what it was doing days ago. So what I want to do is I want to have her, like, slide across the screen, right? Just for fun. But... well, I guess I can do that. There are a couple of things I need to do before that can happen, though. Firstly, we just have 1 canvas right now. If I draw... whenever I draw a sprite, it's like I'm stamping a long uke onto the screen, right? Like with an ink stamp. And... you know. If I draw her where she is now, there she is. If I want to draw her 5 pixels to the left, well, I've just drawn another long uke on top of the one that's already there. And we're just going to get a very long, smeared long uke. This, that's abuse. That's long uke abuse. We shouldn't do that. So really, we need to clear the canvas. And then we need to draw another long uke. And I kind of want to test whether if I try to clear the canvas with a memset, sorry, not memset. Yeah, if I clear the canvas, so right now the way I'm clearing the canvas is I'm using memset. There. I'm just writing 0 bytes, or bytes for the value of 0, I mean. There are 504 of them there. To the array where the LCD pixel data is, and that's all blank. And I'm pretty sure memset is going byte by byte so that it can work with things that are not, you know, not aligned, right? Because we've already seen that it crashes if you're doing things that are not aligned on a 4-byte boundary. maybe by default every variable is aligned to a 4-byte boundary, so I don't know. But anyway, what I'd like to do is like see if I make a loop that sets it 32 bits at a time. Basically, it just treats this array as if it's an array of 32-bit numbers. I want to see if that's faster, and I'm going to need to do a thing to make sure that this actually starts on a 32-bit boundary, right? I think there is a way to do that in C++. I can't remember what it is. I've done it once in Visual Studio rather than Visual Studio Code, and my point being that it was using the MSVC compiler rather than this, so I don't know if it would apply. But yeah, my reasoning is maybe it's faster if I'm doing it like 4 bytes at a time rather than 1 byte at a time, because this is something that's going to need to be done a lot of times. You know, regularly, basically every time we draw something, we're probably going to be clearing the canvas. There are alignment things you can do, or you could just declare it as an array of U32 instead. True, then every time I access it, I'm going to have to do like a cast, which I don't think is going to be any slower, right? But it's an annoying cosmetic detail. Memset might already be doing that. Check assembly. How do I check assembly? You could declare a U8 pointer to the first element right after it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I could, huh? I could. So I could define this as, yeah, okay. So I could define this as U32. I could just call this 32, I guess. And then this will have to be over 4. Thankfully, this is a multiple of 4. And then U8 LCD pixel data. I could call it 8 if I wanted. Oh wait, this is okay. Sorry, this is just a pointer. That's a pointer to. Wait. Const. I could put const anyway. But I guess that would allow me to define it here, right? Define mark it as const. I can just say equals. Wait, does the act of casting? Oh, I guess I'll say const, right? Const U8 star LCD pixel data 32. Is it happy about that? Kind of be amazed if it is, but let's see. It's very much not. Uninitialized const blah blah blah. Uninitialized. Invalid conversion from const U8 star to U8 star. Oh yeah, that's lower down, okay. I cast const. I did. Uninitialized const. I don't get it. Is this a case? You made the array const. This is one of these stupidities, isn't it? Where it's like, is the pointer itself constant, or is the data inside the array constant? I never know how to do it. No! I didn't mean to, Cabbage. I'm trying to make it work, I promise. Is this where I need to do like const U32 const? This way around? Uninitialized const. Okay, it's the same. Const better next time. Okay, this is not const. But I'm pretty sure I won't be able to do this here if I don't. If it's not const, right? Because it will say it needs like a constant value, right? Huh! No problems? Okay. Interesting. I don't understand why we're able to declare it like outside any function to a thing that's... Anyway, it works apparently. Yay! The location and memory of the array is const. That's what I want. Right? I wanted that. You know what I could also do? I could just make it a union. Union, my beloved. But then I'd have to like access it as union dot something, right? Union name dot. Or an instance of the union. Dot. Thingy. Dot! Wait, hold on, I can make her say that.
Dot.
There you go. This is sound on my soundboard as well now. For those who don't know. On Discord. I mean, it has been for a while. Okay, I don't really get this, but okay. This is like... Anyway, I guess this would work, right? I know it's wasting another 4 bytes, or however wide a pointer is, which is probably 4 bytes. Pointer aliasing. Uninitialized union member access. I don't understand anything. Discord. Yeah, really, I just want it to pretend that when I type this, it's a U8. Hey, what I actually want is for this to be aligned, so let me see how you do that. C++, align array 32-bit. Aligning starting address of array to be multiples of 32-bit. That sounds like what I want. Zip. I have an array type of char which is global. I want its starting address to be aligned with 32-bit. Packing is something... Packing? Yeah, that's not what I wanted. If I need the maximum alignment, i.e. an alignment suitable? No. I want it to be a specific thing. So this is in bytes, is it? 32 divided by... What is char underscore bit? Is that a thing? Is this a number of bits in a char? So 32 over 8 equals 4? Is char underscore bit a thing? Char underscore bit... Oh, it is a thing! Okay, yeah, and it's defined as 8. I mean, it's not really. It's an underscore char underscore bit underscore. I feel like I'm doing Python and stuff. Okay, let's try that then. Wait. Yes, you know that. Char underscore... Oh yeah, right. I can just do that, right? Well, really, I can just do that. Sure, 32 over 8 is... probably makes more sense to me. Is it okay with that? It is not. LCD pixel data was not declared. Oh yeah. Forgot to name it back. Whoops. Boop. Nice. There we are. So that works. Well, I don't know if it actually works because I'm going to trust that it's done what I wanted to do, and I'll try to access the data as if it's 32 bits, and if that doesn't work, then I guess it's not done what I want. So this is... I'm going to add a note here. Align the start address to 32-bit boundary, so we can safely clear it in 32 in 4-byte chunks as U32. Explosion incoming? No. All this stuff is like horribly unaligned now visually, ironically. There we are. Much better. Now the code will work because it's aligned. Sorry. Alright, we don't need this anymore either. Okay, let's try it. I think what I'll do is I'll try to draw a long nuke like at this position, and I'll also try to draw it like higher up in areas where it definitely won't be overlapping, so that if the clearing is working successfully, there will be no smudging. I think what I'll do first is, you know what, let's just see what it looks like if there is no clearing. I haven't even like done this yet. Let's just do this. Let's just upload that. Explosion incoming, possibly. We should see 2 long nukes, one above the other, possibly on top of the other, like actually overlapping. Okay, nice. We're starting to see the artifacts of this display. Actually doesn't look quite as bad from when you're right above it, but yeah. So I can probably lower that to like 10 and it'll be slightly less weird. But anyway, the menu underscores is to make sure those things don't clash with these defined names. The CC for suspect defines a bunch of identifiers as reserved, or single underscore in some cases. Okay. I wonder why it wasn't done that way in here. Align as, oh my goodness, what is this? If you intend to cast the array to any other type, you still invoke undefined behavior by violating the effective type strict aliasing rule. But like every single fun thing about C is undefined behavior. We've covered this before. I don't know why, but just all the best stuff is undefined behavior. There is probably some header that defines char bit to underscore char underscore bit underscore true. A line of int greater than 8? If so, a line of int else 8. Would that not just automatically align it to? I don't know. Anyway, it's aligned now, hopefully. So hopefully we can just access it in a loop and set 32-bit chunks to 0 instead of 8-bit chunks at a time. Anyway, we got 2 things now. So how about we try to clear the canvas? How about I even added a clear canvas command? Clear. The answer is no. So let's move this into its own little function, and I'll test how it is doing the memset like that versus... Well, actually, you know what? Maybe memset, now that I've aligned it specifically to 32-bit, maybe it will be faster. That'll be an interesting thing to test, whether just... Yeah, who knows? Anyway, let's say clear canvas. I don't think it needs any parameters. Maybe we could tell if we know that stuff only in a certain region has changed, we could set like start and end rows, I guess, so it doesn't have to clear as many things. But okay, I'm gonna remove the align as for a second actually, and just put it back to this. Just because I'm curious about the time it takes and things. All right, it's time to fire up the oscilloscope so that I can easily test this. I'm gonna just make a pin go high when it starts clearing and low when it's finished clearing. Is there a pin that I can safely use? There was a pin I was using for just like testing the timing of things somewhere. What? I would have like commented them out actually. Or not. So this one, where's my comment that says what I'm using it for? Output channel 1 of timer 2, output channel 1 of timer 2, 1, 2, 2, clock output. Am I using this for anything? Use as alternate function. What is this? Oh, the comment is for what follows. I mean, the comment is for, oh my god. I'm gonna do this, it's easier to read now. Yay! For random stuff, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, so we've got pin A4 and A5 is what I was previously using. I feel like I'm probably using one of those now. Yeah, I'm using A5 as the clock. Should probably not do that. But I'm not using A4, so I can keep that one on. Get out of here. So we'll use GPIO for this one. This one is what I'll use as my little timing reference thingy for like measuring. So we'll say, not timing reference, that's a terrible thing to call it. What am I trying to say? I don't know. Almost like a breakpoint kind of thing, except it doesn't break. It's just a signpost? Yeah, signpost is maybe the right, better word for it. So we're gonna say set pins high, and then we'll do the mem set, and we'll set this pin low again, and we'll see how much time it takes. So that is port pins low. Ow! Pins low. Okay, so it's GPIO 4. So which one is that? Which one is that? Which one is that? 10. Oh, that's super easy to access. That's like right in front of me. Dare I say it's perfect? Just like Center Builders. It would surprise me if Memset wasn't already doing it 32 bits at a time. I don't think it would surprise me that much because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, seeing weird. This compiler's been doing things that are. I don't know. I've been surprised about a lot of things while programming for this STM32. I don't know why stuff's happening. Which version? Hang on, I just have to click this clip. There we are. And then the thing goes in. Okay, I'm probing now. I'm gonna turn on the the thingy. Oh my goodness, I'm running out of space on my desk. Which version of GCC am I using? Which version of GCC am I using? Where do I find that? I don't know where I'd find that out. Let's see if it's typed anywhere in here. 1.140201, which is 14.2.1 apparently. Is that good? Thank you for the Pat's cabbage. Okay, fairly recent. Hell yeah. Okay, I wanted the oscilloscope as well though. Can I get it? Oh, the plug fell out the back again. There it is. I'm gonna get some new Ethernet cables eventually, I swear. Ones that actually stay plugged in. Alright, so let's just set it up to trigger once. And let's upload that. From this year. I think I manually updated it if I remember rightly. Oh wait, I'm not calling this yet. What am I doing? I'm not calling this yet. SPI MZ. So let's actually clear it between the things. So we should only see now the upper long Yook. We're actually going to see 2 pulses as well. Ah, wait, yeah, you know what? I don't even need to be calling that. I do need to clear that here if I want to be able to call it though. Clear canvas. And then... yeah, should be okay. Hi Devil! Welcome, welcome! Hopefully we'll see a pulse on the oscilloscope once it finishes uploading. Alas, we did not. Okay, let me check my trigger setup. Set the trigger on 1. The voltage is good. Why did that happen? Oh, wait a minute. Is this pin setup code even running? I don't think it is. Init pins. I don't think I'm calling that anymore, am I? I'm not even calling that. Okay, I guess I should. Okay. Now the pin is actually turned on. Let's see if anything happens. We should see a little blip scrolling across from right to left on the oscilloscope if it works. It does not. We saw Jack, which means we saw nothing. I'm gonna manually press reset just because I can. Yeah, that's nothing. Is this like running at all? If I plug it back in? It is! Okay, it is running. Why am I not seeing anything then? It is plugged into pin 10. Pins, isn't it? It is! PA4. Okay, why does it seem to not be working? Init pins. This is something. Oh, I guess it's the pulse width modulation thingy. Which I don't need, but whatever. PA9 is the clock output. Are we using PA9 in here anyway, out of curiosity? We're not. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume of this music down just a little bit. This is getting configured. Push pull, output, no pull-ups, PA4, pin 10. Clear canvas. A4, A4. We're calling in. Huh? Why am I not seeing anything happening? Okay, hold on. Sanity check. Sanity check. I can't speak. How about instead of doing any LCD stuff at all? Absolutely none. We don't even initialize. We don't even care about what speed the thing's running at all. I'm just gonna do this. I've already got a test for the GPIO actually, but effectively I'm gonna do another one right now. Actually, what does this do? This does some things, turns on the thing, does the thing, blah 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 blah. I don't think we need this anymore. And we just say set pins high. GPIO A, GPIO 4. Do we get it going high? Actually, is this even high or is this low? Yeah, it is low. What's our voltage range? 2 volts per thingy. So we should be seeing like this go up like 1.5 squares. Hey, you're the Patson then. Hi, welcome, welcome. How is the Mlemlin doing? Welcome. Does this yellow line go high? No. What the fuck? Huh? I just sanity check. I'm unplugging and replugging it back in, and we shouldn't see the long Yooks appear this time. We're not. We're also not seeing a line appear on the thing though. Why am I? Huh? Why can't I not do basic GPIO suddenly? What? Huh? What is this? What the? I'm very confused here. What silly thing am I missing this time? What silly thing am I missing? Is it fine if the main function terminates? No, actually, it shouldn't be doing that. Thank you. But I don't think that would have affected the GPIO, but let's upload anyway. It's not alright. Nothing. How's the Yook? Tired and a little confused right now. I'm kind of sick and tired of like the most basic thing that's supposed to just work on stream just not working. It's getting a little bit old. I'm wanting to make progress, but every simple thing is being silly right now. I mean, the things that I fix off stream still work, that's fine. Now I'm like, let's turn a pin on, literally nothing else for the entire code, and the pin's not coming on. And this is like one of the first things that I solved when I started learning this microcontroller, so the fuck am I doing wrong suddenly? Wait a minute. I've not even activated port A at this point. Unless init pins does that. No, it doesn't. RCC... What's it called? Perif clock enable? RCC GPIO. Okay. I'm probing the right pin? I hope so. Okay, there we are. The pin is on. That doesn't explain why the pin didn't turn on when it was doing the clear memory thing, because this clear canvas happens after we've done the init SPI. And when we do init SP... Wait. Oh, wait! No, wait. Init SPI. Where is the thing where we enable the... Oh. Wait, LCD init. Oh, this is LCD init. This is the entire function I'm already in. And this turns on GPIOA. So GPIOA is turned on by that point. The thing I'm using is 4. I'm not using 4 anywhere, right? We're using 5, 7, 1, and 14, and also 15. Which is on a different pond, so whatever. Extra pads. Thank you! I'm probing the right... Yeah, I am. Not progress, only amateur gress. Yeah, thank you for the hydration, R1137. Knees. Soon! Let's disable C. Clear canvas. Yeah, I don't get why I wasn't seeing anything when it runs clear canvas. Oh hey, I pressed F12 and it actually went to the correct place. It didn't do the silly thing where it goes to the H file and shows whoop, this. Oh. 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 That's a different thing. Oh. I mean, it was the correctly named thing, so it was being done, but, you know. Strange. Now if I go here, it'll probably take me to the shit place. Wait, it took me to the right place! Has it just forgotten that this exists? LCD clear canvas. This is the same name, right? Copy. Not cut. Paste. Paste. F12. Wait, why is it doing the good thing now? It always used to do the terrible thing. I mean, I shouldn't be complaining, I guess. It's taking me where I want it to take me. Okay. I don't know how it suddenly learned to do that correctly. LCD init settings. Okay, that's going to the correct place as well. Nice. Head, shoulders, knees, toes. This is her tail. Head, tails, and tails. That's her version, I guess. I hope you're doing okay there, and then hope work is not being too terrible. Maybe because it's the same file? LCD send pixels all. Even that's taking me there, which is amazing. It just seems to have fixed itself somehow. I don't know why. That's a logical thought though. Apparently not. Hi Freefall, welcome, welcome. Is my LCD LCDing? It is. But my one, just a pin is not pinning. I mean, it's pinning right now. Let's just put it back to what it was before and see if it works now. Surely that's gonna work. Wait, what does init sysclog do actually? Sets the vcore. And yeah, changes the clock speed, just blah blah blah. Yeah, sure. And this, that shouldn't. Well, let's just, in an off chance that is for some reason breaking this one specific pin, which makes 0 sense. Sanity check, you know, roll. Uploading. Yeah, there's nothing there. Nothing at all. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Can reset it again. Now we're just trying to capture a single pulse. Yeah, there's nothing happening there. What the hell? I don't need the cursors on either. I will eventually need the cursors on, because I was going to try to measure the pulse widths. That'll tell me how quickly this thing is executing, but... Had to start at 5:30? Oh my god, Anon. Oh my god. Pining for the Fjords Fjords? Yeah. Have a nice meeting from your hammock. Imagine if you could just do that. That'd be pretty nice. Well, I mean, still waking up at 5:30 sucks, but at least you don't need to get up. But it'd still be stressful. Alright, why the fuck is this not working? Ah! Blah, blah, blah. This is bugging me. This is bugging me a lot. Well... How about we just try to pulse this pin in all kinds of places? This is... The number of sanity checks I'm doing in here is insane. Port pins high. A4. A4, right? That is correct, right? I used the exact same thingy here. Right? Fucking going crazy. Okay, we turn on this. Pulse the pin. Alright? As a test. Sanity check. Pulse a pin. I'll write that because I'm going to be moving this or copying this all over the place. So this should be possible as soon as this happens. Oh, wait! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, wait. But it still shouldn't be a problem. It still shouldn't be a problem because I was... Wait, I stopped calling it. Wait, did I? This was being done originally, right? This was being called originally. I'm not going crazy, right? I had that up here originally, right? And this being done after LCD in it. Right? Right? Oh my god. We'll see. We'll see if we get a pulse here. And then we should also get another one inside here. That's not... Oh my god, I'm trying to click upload. Check the history. Uploading. Did it actually upload? Because I was doing... Did it actually compile? I can't tell because weird things happen. Pubs! Hi! Welcome, Expired Popsicle. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hi, Kitty. I'm going crazy right now. I'm not being able to turn the pin on and off. What is going on here? Welcome, Lightman. Welcome, Fukesoft. Hi, Expired Popsicle. How did the stream go, Kitty? Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. I'm failing to turn a single pin on and off. Hope your stream, went better. Hi, welcome, welcome. Hi, it's me. I'm a weird cat. I'm 2D right now because my webcam is looking at this. That's actually doing what it should be doing, but I'm trying to probe my STM32 over there, and it's for some reason I'm not getting a pin to turn on and off, and I have no idea why. This is so stupid. This is wait, it's not the case that when I do this stuff gets reset, is it? Because this gets turned on. Hold on. I think I might know what it is, and it's a little bit silly. Alright, I think I might be able to fix them. No, it's not, because it's like, I've got it set to like maxing mode, and it's on right now on a single capture thingy, and it's still not capturing. But, I think I know what the problem is. It went good. We messed around with Lambda Moo code. Wait, why did I go so high pitch? That's not what a cow sounds like. We played around with Lambda Moo code, where we tried to merge a patch from 2002 for a piece of software from 1991 into a fork last updated in 2025. Holy crap. You never told me you were time traveling, Lamia. Welcome, welcome. Pad Fuke. How'd it go? I hope it... oh, it said it went good. You literally just said it went good. Sorry. I'm glad. I think, I'm gonna blame my tiredness, but it's... honestly, I probably would have made this mistake anyway. But, hold on. It's going okay, but there are some necessary API changes that scare me. Oh no. Good luck. Good luck for future Kitty. Thank you for the pads, Fugue. I think the problem is we're calling init pins, but when we're calling init pins, the port is not on. And so these register writes that these are doing behind the scenes. It's just like doing some things. Are not going to take effect because this is none yet. I should be doing this anyway. So even though we end up in the correct state, I have called this code and I have turned on the clock. I didn't turn on the clock before setting the state. So let's do this first and then this. And I don't know why I only just noticed this. I feel a little bit silly. Okay. Millionth times the charm. Where is the Yuki alarm? Oh, it's there on the LCD. There are two of them. Okay, we got something captured. Nice. Something happened. We have this, which is the very first one. The very first... this thing. I'm deleting it now. Sanity check, pulsar pin. Now we'll just look at how long it takes to clear the canvas. Well, actually, I don't need to recompile for that. That's silly. I'll just zoom out and we should see it if I run it again. A second pulse. Hold on. There it is. Whew. That's one big pulse. So to memset the display canvas to 0 is taking... let's run it one more time to get a new... there we go. It's taking quite some time. It's taking nearly the same amount of time as it takes to draw one sprite to just clear the canvas. 1.9 milliseconds, which makes me think maybe it is using the... maybe it is setting them all as 32-bit thingies. Okay, now I'm going to add the line back, which says align as 32 bits. And I'm going to see if memset is any faster now that it's like knows that it's aligned to a 32-bit thing. Which maybe it already was. Maybe it already was. Maybe everything is aligned to 32-bit by default. But let's see. Let's reset this. Because there's only going to be one pulse now, so we want to make sure that we catch that. Upload that. Let it run. Boop. Yeah, looks like it's the same things, doesn't it? Whee! Yep, no change. Okay, so now I want to see what happens if I make my own loop to do it as 32-bit numbers specifically. What if I say for I32, I guess, equals 0? No, I guess I want to go up until the... oh, let's do it this way. We'll mark the pointer that will be the end. Let's say, it's more like, it's like the first, this is going to point to the first byte after the end of the array. So I'm going to call it after canvas equals the, LCD pixel data plus the number of LCD bytes, or LCD num data bytes. So this is the pointer, and this is just a length. So let's just have our pointer that we're actually going to increment. Let's call this current. Oh, wait, we're going to access it as if it's 32-bit. Right, we're going to access it as if it's 32-bit, aren't we? Right. Right. Is it possible to compare a 32-bit pointer to an 8-bit pointer? They're just pointers in the end, right? let's see. Hi, Artisans. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the thing I'm working on, if anyone's curious, is eventually hopefully going to become like an electronic pet, like a Tamagotchi or something. I don't know why I'm seeing so many people talking about them so much. It might be the new car syndrome. The thing where you just notice everybody talking about a thing as soon as you start working on the thing. Like you start becoming hyper aware of that. What should we call this? Current data? I don't know what to call it, man. I'll call it that. And we're gonna pretend that this LCD pixel data is actually a pointer to a U32. So that we can, because it's aligned to 32-bit, we can actually access this and there should be no problem. Like trying to write to it. But let's find out. So while current data has not yet reached after canvas, I don't know if it'll be okay with that, comparing a U32 pointer to a U8 pointer. No, it doesn't. Oh, interesting. Look at that. U32 star and U8 star are incompatible. Huh. Interesting. Well, we can just do the same trick with this one and tell it that this is a U32 pointer as well. And I'm doing this conversion after adding. So this should be like, this is an 8-bit thing. So this really should be a number of bytes. If I were to like convert this and then add this, I'd be adding 4 times what I should be adding. But that should be okay. We'll see if it actually is. Right now, okay, it is. Nice. We're gonna do the set high thingy. I'm just gonna... Oh, I guess I should count everything, huh? I guess I should time everything. And we'll just erase this and increment it. This plus plus, the value there equals 0. I expect that this loop is going to like incur a lot of overhead. Like going back to the loop. I could probably unroll it a little bit. Basically, I know how many pixels there are. I could just like go for like, I mean, I could literally just repeat this line 504 times. But instead of doing that, because that's a bit excessive. Oh wait, it wouldn't be 504. It'd be 504 divided by 4 times. 126 times. Slightly less ridiculous. Still ridiculous though. So instead of doing that, I could just, you know, like test, find some multiple that's like lower and repeat it a few times. Anyway, whatever. Let's just see how slow it is. Boop. Maybe the compiler's even going to detect that, hey, this looks like a mem set. Let's just replace it with a mem set. Oh my god, look how much faster that is! Okay, I think it was accessing it 8 bytes before in the mem copy, because that looks about a quarter of the time. Look at that. So it was 1.924. 1.924. Let's get a measurement of this and see how close to a quarter it is. That is 420. Nice. 0.420. So 1.924 over 4 is 0.481. Okay, so it's actually better than a quarter. Is that because there's like less overhead per... We only have like an overhead once every 4 bytes, whereas before there was an overhead every... I don't know. Anyway, way faster. Fuck yes. Should we see how much faster it is? How much of that is due to the overhead of this? We got 420, right? How much lower than 420 can we get? Blazingly fast! Nice. Nice, I approve. Hi, Dr. Dankenstein. Welcome, welcome. Late Snack Raider. Welcome. Welcome in. Did I ever say hi, Mousy Cutie? Hi. That's a cute name, so I wanted to say it again. If I already said it again. I didn't think I did say it again. Anyway, we've got 504 bytes to set, and we're setting 4 at a time. So what if we just, you know, repeat this command like some number of times? It doesn't divide by 10. What does it divide by? Does it divide by 9? It does. So what if we literally just repeat this 9 times? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We know that's going to end up with the correct amount of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is this gonna... Well, it should remove the overhead of this, right? How... Well, let's see if it's how worth it is. If you add -S, it'll spit out the generated assembly. Okay. I might try that soon. Alright, so 420. Manual unrolling. You know it! You love it! 420. Oh! It's over double speed! Oh my god. Fuck yes, man. 168 microseconds. This is crazy. We're now over 10 times the speed of the original. Isn't that amazing? Wait, is it over 10 times? No, it's around 10 times the original, right? Wait, how long was it originally? I've forgotten how long it was originally. Okay, so 9 times 14 added up to what we wanted, right? Yeah. What if I just do it 14 times? I mean, I could literally just do it 120. I don't want to do that though. 1, 2, because it's literally a trade-off right now. You know, execution speed, but versus the time spent in. Sorry, execution speed versus the amount of space taken up by just in Flash by literally the same instruction over and over and over and over and over. But I mean, eventually I'm going to have 64 kilobytes of storage space. So manually storing an unrolled loop for one of the hottest pieces of code in the entire thing, I think it's going to be a fair trade-off. But I don't want to store 126. That feels excessive. But 9, that's a fair trade-off, I think, even right now. Well, you know what? We can literally see what the trade-off is. So we're getting it like, I don't know, like it must be at least 8 times the speed, right? Because it was better than a quarter, and then it was better than double.
Yes.
So it's definitely better than 8 times. Why cheese? But I'll do it fast. True. This is all just zero some data. Yeah, true. But we're going to be doing this for like every frame that we render. So like this is a big deal. This is like actual like we're in the range of milliseconds saved, and it's for drawing like 1 frame. So I feel like this is very significant. Anyway, why cheese? Hi Hobgoblin. Welcome. Long Yook, short pulse. Yeah. Also, I saw your message, Cabbage. If you add --Yook to GCC, you'll get an error. Thumbs up. Can I do the thing where you see the thumbs up in the reflection? No, vaguely. Oh yeah, I've just started overheating, haven't I? Oh, it might have just gone back down because I don't see a heat haze kicking in. Has it just gone back down? Yeah, it's on the verge, on the threshold of heat haze kicking in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, I was gonna time the difference, wasn't I? No, wait, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna measure the difference in storage space. So we've got 5336 bytes. I feel like I need to. Where's my? Here it is. Benchmarking. Clear canvas. Memset. So. Manual loop of U32s. Okay, I guess it's a weird way of saying it. So 1 per loop, and then this was 9 per loop. I don't know why I decided to spell the word 1 and the digit 9. So I didn't put it. Oh! How dare you? Absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable! How dare you? Okay, so this is microseconds here. Us. I like to put like U and then big S, even though like the actual symbol for second is not capitalized, but it just looks less weird than us. Oh my god, it's so us! Okay, one sec. There you go. I just knew profanities were gonna come out. They probably... Did they? I don't think I did. I was getting a little bit heated, but I don't think I swore. Okay, so versus Flash. Oh, let's just call it bites. Biters. I didn't mean to type that. Bites. Are you able to read that well enough underneath the LCD? Oh, sorry, underneath what do you call it? The cinescope? Okay, so this is taking, obviously this is the entire code. This is not just this, but 5336, we can see the difference in bytes. That's what I really want. What I really want. Let's put this back to 1 per loop so we can get like a thingy, and then I'll see how big memset was. Obviously, well, I would expect it to be this much smaller, but let's see. We go back to our longer time. Micro sieverts. Is that what it is? S is sieverts. Okay, it's taking longer again. It was 420, wasn't it? That was 4. How could I forget 420? And the amount of space used is 5324? But that's not even much less. Oh! Okay, wait a minute. So we've gone from 9 instructions to 4 instructions. So 5326 minus 5324 is 12. And we reduced it by 8 instructions. Right? So that means 1.5 instructions per thingy? I'm not quite sure how that works out, but I'd be very curious about what the compiler's doing then. Not curious enough to do the looking around in the source code though, because that's scary. Maybe eventually. Let me compare it to memset now. Get an accurate reading on how long memset took. Oh, hang on a second. We've got comments within comments. Yeah. Boop. Memset. I'm expecting it to be smaller for a start and way longer, obviously. Wait, where's the thingy? Where's the thingy? There it is. 5332? Are you kidding me? It's like nearly the same size as this. It's nearly the same size as this. But it's like 1/10 of the speed. Huh? I save 4 bytes and I lose 10. Okay, anyway. Let's move this up. I think it's been compiled under 02, possibly 03. 1920, I see that way. I think I measured it fractionally differently. That seems like something that's going to be a much nicer number than 1920 by 420. 120 over 168. Nice. Compiler might be doing some unrolling depending on flags. I wish it were. Okay, out of curiosity, it would be actually really interesting to see how fast this is if I were to manually unroll the entire thing. Should I do that just for the lulz? Like, I'm not gonna keep it like this. But like, it's not optimizing for size. It's 02, right? So, isn't it? I'm fairly sure it was 02. Was it not 02? I want it to be 02. Does my target have any vector instructions? Like SIMD things? I don't think it does. Is it not? I guess I could even do 03. But I think it's 02 by default. 5332. And this is a constant number as well. This thingy here, this number of bytes. Why is it? This number of bytes is constant. So like, if the compiler really wanted to, it totally could just unroll this, right? Right? You can try fun roll loops. Fun roll. Fun roll loops, I was thinking. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Which I guess is going to be the same as, you know, the same as if I were to manually type this 126 times? So it will save me time. So sure, let's make it do it. Save me some time. Put this back. In build flags, I assume. Fun roll loops. Oh, loops. Dash loops. Fun roll alt loops, which you probably shouldn't do. Wait, what's the difference? What makes a loop all? If you think about it, wouldn't a millipede just be a worm with legs? Yeah, sure. Okay, upload. So we're expecting quite a bit more than 5332 or even 5336. I'm gonna hide this for a sec. Oh, actually, never mind. It doesn't want to do it. File format not recognized. Treating as linker script. What are you talking about? Huh? What? What does this mean? Did an earlier stage fail and it's like... It loops, also unrolls loops, even if the compiler doesn't necessarily know the number of iterations somehow. Interesting. I guess it makes a compiled version with like 10 loops and a compiled version with like 20 loops and stuff, and then adds instructions to branch to the... Yeah, something like that. Computer says no. Yeah, computer said no. That's weird. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was already 0203, so I'm guessing we won't see a difference in size from 5336. So it's still fading, what the fuck? Huh? Am I adding it in the right place? S means the O file isn't generated. Okay. It's not compiling at all anymore. What? Is my platform IO thingy just completely broken? Oh, wait. Was this coming to that originally? Wait, was this... Oh! Sorry, okay. Never mind. Ignore that. This was the thing I had previously done for like trying to read the things, I think. Okay, 03. Sorry. Just building, not uploading. Actually, it's not doing anything for some reason. Build? Why is this menu staying here? It should be disappearing, surely. 5332 still. Wait, it went down from 5336, right? Hold on. Oh my god. I will, but it won't be on this one eventually. It'll be using the new one. 5332. Okay, so it's 5332 no matter what. Yeah, it's going to be on the newer one, which has a DAC built in. Which should be arriving soon. Although I'll be having to wait a lot longer for the things from AliExpress, the breakout boards to arrive. Alright, fun roll loops. Oh my god. Can I remove some of these annoying buttons? Oh, I just want one thing! I really hate these tabs. I hate this so much. Is it doing it? It says task. Is that good? Bin. Okay, but come back. Now we do this. Build. I hate this so much. DACs are optional. I mean, I ordered one with a DAX. Now it says 5336 with fun roll loops. Okay, let's upload and see what it looks like on the oscilloscope. Something's changed. It's like 4 thingies. Nothing changed. Nothing changed in terms of efficiency. Okay. Manually unrolling loops as I originally planned to. It is. Let's change this but to like 14 instead of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Because that compiles as well. I mean, because that neatly goes into 126. 5348 bytes now. Shh. Okay, I want to compare this to the other one though. Like, is it even worth it? Because this looks like a very similar pulse length. I think we're reaching the point of diminishing returns. 152. Yeah, it's slightly less. It's I would say it's not really worth going much below here. 5348, that was right. Yeah. I don't think it's really worth much more than that. And you know, no sooner have those words left my lips than I start thinking, yeah, but what if I hand-coded or hard-coded 126 anyway? Yeah, but what if we do it anyway? What if we just do it? We don't even need a while loop then, we can literally just have... This is so stupid. Oh, this is so silly. There's no, like, compiler macro that I can use to force it to just repeat this manually, right? I have to actually do it myself like a 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Save-S, try save temps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I'm not even wanting to look at the thingy. That was left over from before, Stewie. I accidentally left that left over from before. Okay, we've got 10. We got 20. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. This is programming. This is how we program. This reminds me... 110, 120 before I forget. This reminds me of the memes of the screenshots of code where someone makes a function called isEven. And it's, if number equals 1, then return false. If number equals 2, return true. If number equals 3, return false. If number equals 4, return true. This is peak programming right here. Anyway, how many do I need? 126. God, I keep forgetting. 4 divided by 4. 126. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect! We don't need to increment at the end, because we're done. See macros? I have. I just asked, but I don't know how to do that. So... Did we upload or did we did upload? Hang on a second, we have oh, after canvas, yeah, that's not used anymore, is it? 5748 bytes! Okay, we're using 400 bytes now of flash space just to clear the canvas. Did it actually do anything? Let me just force it to... Let me recapture. Okay, for some reason, it's actually no faster. Oh, maybe it is very... No, it's actually... Is that slightly slower even? For some reason, it's fractionally slower. It doesn't like my silly shenanigans. Wow. Okay, there's actually a point not of just diminishing returns, but of... It gets worse. So this takes it 160. Oh, I can explain this. Just 160. What was it, man? I can't remember. 126 clears. Not in a loop. Is for some reason slower. And also, obviously, way bigger. That's not a surprise. Have I worked on Tamagotchis before you yet? No, I've never even had a Tamagotchi. I had a friend who had one though. Alright, so thankfully, this absolute nonsense is not only unnecessary, well, it's detrimental, so we're not even gonna ignore all that crap. I might do 9. I feel like that's worth it. 9 has benefit, while like, yeah, being only 4 bytes longer than the MIMS, and this is silly though. Can I use DMA to send the clears? Oh, you know what? Oh shit, you could. Oh shit, you could. Oh my god, my throat is bubbling with excitement apparently. Sorry for that disgusting noise. I actually could use DMA to do this. What an interesting use of DMA. Yeah. Oh my god, and the DMA can be set up to do it in 32-bit mode as well. Oh! Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is cool. We could even be like preparing to like draw the sprite in the background while DMA clears it, but I probably wouldn't want to do that. Make a macro of the thing you want, then a macro that instances a certain number of copies. Oh, true! Yeah, that would work. We're gonna go down the assembly route for this. I feel like I would hope that the compiler kind of made that as simple as possible. I guess it really can't be trusted. I'm learning more and more. The more I do in C, the more this, like, people, the thing that people you often see online, don't try to outsmart the compiler thingy, it just turns out to be complete nonsense. What it really boils down to is, try it. If it's faster in your situation, it's faster in your situation. Go with what's, you know, if you're wanting to be the fastest, experiment to see what's really the fastest. Anyway, test if increment at the end is faster or slower. Okay, I guess I could do that. Let's put it all back. But this time, instead of doing it this way, we are... No, I'm going to try using DMA, but we are going to try to... You know, I wanted to have a long nuke slide across the screen. Why are you spraying me? Now I'm just in speed freak mode. Sure, let's just try and clear it as quickly as possible. We're replacing... What just happened? We're replacing this with this. I need to remove that first one. And we need it at the end instead. This is so ridiculous though. But yeah, out of curiosity, let's see if the speed changes. This feels like something that the compiler should be able to optimize, but clearly it's not great at optimizing, so let's upload it and measure it. What the? Huh? Error SPI CR1 alpha something not declared in this scope. Did I close the thing? I didn't close the thing. What? What? Huh? What are you talking about? What? Huh? Anyway, let's go back to how it was before. I'm so confused. Man, how many do we... It's almost like 126 lines is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm done fucking around with this. But I'm not done fucking around with trying to clear it quickly. That's as quick as I can do it this way. Hi Bucky, welcome, welcome. It is hard. What is this nonsense? LCD init SPI, what are you, huh? What? Transmit main test. Oh, so this will be the weird thing that just happened where like
Event sub, session reconnect. Disposing of old web socket. Event sub connecting. Event sub successfully connected. Now entering receive loop.
Thanks, Twitch. Yeah, it doesn't work though. Even though it does properly reconnect. Stop wasting your thingies! I know I need to relaunch it! So the weird thing that happened where a cursor jumped across my screen was apparently randomly replacing
connecting.
Shut up! Was randomly replacing some of this text apparently. Okay, what the fuck is this meant to be? What is this? SPI CR1 clock transit main test GPIO on 1. I think it's meant to be this. Is that right? This was not declared. Did you mean... What? CR1 CPHA clock transition 1. Oh, wait, that's what I typed, isn't it? Oh, it just hasn't retried the thing. Okay, we got to compile. We've got to compile. Okay. Yeah, I reckon DMA probably would be faster. As long as, well, what I'd probably do is I'd have to make a register. I'd have to make a variable that is a 32-bit value, right? Then I'd set up DMA in memory-to-memory mode. I'd set the source address to be my 32-bit 0 value. I'd enable circular mode so that it just keeps on rereading that same bit. And then I set it up to copy 504 bytes. Well, sorry, 126 32-bit ints. And then just wait, right? I've never done memory to memory. Wait, no, you can't do... Wait, can you do memory to memory? Wait, no, you can't do that. No, wait, no, you can't do this. No, this is not possible, because circular mode makes it just go forever. And you can't... you cannot... it goes forever, and so you can't use circular mode in memory-to-memory mode. Unfortunately. Either it increments the destination and the source, or it increments... well, no, it will still increment the destination, but and the source, but it will wrap around. Okay, this would be possible if I wanted to dedicate a 504-byte 0-byte array in memory and never change it. Then that would work. But I don't really want to just keep 504 bytes in memory just sitting around, just so that they can be copied from. I wonder what would happen if I tried to copy from a region outside the range of valid addresses. What would it copy? Truly cursed thoughts. Okay, it is time to for the stew and hydrate. And then pause to check. Can I test if B0 is faster than memset? What is B0? Not heard of that. B0. Oops, sorry. B0, let's see. And pause to check as well, hold on. Although it's been hot, it was already windy a couple of days ago, so at least small opportunity to breathe. Nice! I think there was some rain recently, I'm not sure though. I wasn't awake during it. B0. Oh wow, that is a thing. I guess this is where it happens, and this is the size. So this. Sure, let's try that. That seems like a much more sensible way of doing it, if there's a dedicated thing to do it. Yeah, let's try it. Boop, boop. It's probably gonna be smaller as well, right? Okay, unfortunately, it's very slow still. And the amount of space it takes is 5332, which is the same as memset. B0, and the amount of time it takes. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. I guess so. You know what? Let me whip out the datasheet. Okay, not that. This one. Come on. What would you call it? Is it memory to memory? Memory to memory, yeah. I just changed my thing. There. I was a bit overzealous with increasing my brightness when I was preparing stream. Transfer size of source and destination are independent. Source and destination must be aligned. Oh, you know what? We could probably do a silly thing, actually. If I say that the source size is 8-bit and the destination size is 32-bit, then I could only waste 126 bytes of memory by keeping a 126 bytes array of zeros. And then when it does the DMA to copy it, it'll like resize, it'll like pad to 0 bytes the zeros in memory at the source to 32-bit zeros at the destination. There's like a whole table of how the padding happens. Where is it? Hold on. I think I might have already skipped past it. Where is it? There it is. So if the source port width is 8 and the destination port width is 32, then yeah, it reads the 4 bytes and it writes 000000 and then the byte into here. So yeah, actually. Yeah, actually. I could do DMA and only get away with wasting 126 bytes in my source array full of 0 bytes. Does DMA allow overlap? I don't know. Can you write a single 0 at the start of the source and have the source and destination overlap? Oh, you were both thinking the same. Okay, I see now the question. I wonder. I don't know. What's the exact GCC you are using? AVR GCC. I don't know. How do I find out? Is it in the same thing? Let's see. Is it Kukamanoniabi? This? Nanibi. Okay, I don't know what that is. Can you write a single 0 at the start and have this? Yeah, I wonder. I'm not sure. Maybe. Who knows? Probably. Possibly. Maybe? Who knows? I wonder if it actually mentions overlapping. We've got mention of alignment and endianness in the words. Circuit mode is only for memory to peripheral and peripheral to memory. Memory to memory. DMA channels may operate without being triggered, blah, blah, blah. Yes, okay. If the mem-to-mem register is set, the channel initiates transfers or stops once it's... the number of bytes left is 0. Memory to memory must not be used in circuit mode. Before enabling memory to memory, the software must clear the circuit bit. Yeah, okay. Assigning source destination. It doesn't seem to care by the look of it if they overlap. They seem to just grab a value when it's time and then write it and just move the pointer somehow. It would be very interesting if this is faster though. That is such a cursed idea. I kind of maybe want to try it. Clunk! Hello! Thank you very much for the resub. Hi! 24 months. Oh my god, that's 2 years. Did you know that? Hi! How are you doing? We're experimenting with cursed ways of clearing memory for maximum speed. But I'm considering now doing DMA. So I have an array, right? And someone suggested, actually 2 people suggested, like at the same time, Hobgoblin and Freefall both suggested. Is memory a frame buffer? It is. It is. Someone suggest. Okay, hang on. Here's what we've done so far. Mem said, right? The first thing I think of. Slow, turns out. just a manual loop, but I declared the array to be aligned to a 32-bit boundary so I could access it as 32-bit buffers if I did this little thing. And then so we're setting basically 4 things at a time instead of 1 thing at a time. 420. Nice. Blaze it. Microseconds. That's like over 4 times already. But how about I just repeat myself many times? The number of times it is a multiple of the number of bytes, or a divides. I don't know how to explain it. So that the number divides into this, so that we clear the correct number of bytes and we don't overshoot. Then it's even faster. And then if I put even more in the loop, it's even faster. But bizarrely, if I don't even use a loop, and I literally just copy and paste my line the number of times that I needed, it's fractionally slower. Checkmate, atheists. I don't understand that one. Also, it uses like 400 kilobytes more flash space, which makes perfect sense. Hey, it's exactly 400 actually. What the hell? But someone just suggested a very interesting method, which is we need to verify that the array is actually zeroed out. Yeah, we can send it to the LCD, and if we see any dots or something, yeah, I might as well set it all black and then try and set it to 0. So someone just suggested, how about we use DMA, which is the thing that this microcontroller has. You can and it can copy memory to memory as well. I've already used it once for copying memory to a peripheral, which is basically just memory to memory, where the destination address is like hardware mapped, right? So this is how I'm sending out the frame buffer to the SPI. I'm already using DMA, where it just like gets a byte from memory and sends it out to the LCD, and then advances the pointer from the source, gets the next byte and sends it out, and gets the next byte and sends it out. But you can also do DMA memory to memory instead. Any arbitrary address to any other arbitrary address. So, how about you write a 0 byte into the very beginning of the array, the frame buffer, so the first byte is a 0, and then you just set up DMA to copy from the beginning of the array into the beginning of the array plus 1. So it's going to copy that 0 byte from the first position into the second, and then it's going to copy the 0 byte from the second into the third, and then the third to the fourth, and then the fourth to the fifth. And we get this 0 byte smeared across the entire array. Also, when I say bytes, I actually mean int. I'd set it up in 32-bit mode so that it can do this, like, 4 at a time for free, basically, because it's a 32-bit microcontroller, so that we smear this 32-bit int across the entire array. That's how I imagine it in my head. It's like smearing. Like you put your finger on the 0 and you just drag it along. Also, yeah, there are 2 long Yooks down there. One's on top of the other. Yeah, you roll it along. I'm pretty sure I've seen a trick done somewhere else, and that's why it came to mind. Thank you so much for, like, I'm grateful for your what's the word? Your working functional memory. And thank you for suggesting it, both of you. So sure, let's try it. And then I'll just sit in a loop waiting for it to finish, I guess, because, God, I don't really have anything else to do. Also because I'm trying to time it, so... Sorry, we're just showing you a blank screen for like 5 years. I'm gonna hide the stuff on the right side of the screen because it's gonna be coding time for a little while. Bloop. Thank you for the pads, Ericsson. Ericsson Will. That was weird. Is that VS Code and what's your theme? That cursor bouncing around with the after image looks so cool. I flipping love this. I saw it on someone else's stream. Lane VT's stream, in fact. On a different editor called NeoVide, which is like something that uses NeoVim behind the scenes. Sorry to mention NeoVim in your presence, Clunk. I couldn't get that working. Anyway, I found there is a theme that's not a theme. There's an extension for Visual Studio Code that's supposed to add that. It's called Smear Cursor. But I couldn't quite get it working that well, so... I eventually found a video of this one, it's the meme of you find a YouTube video of just this one Indian guy on YouTube. It's a different person every time, but they're always Indian, because I don't know what it is, but the For some reason, they seem to make no assumptions about your knowledge, and they show literally every step you need to do. They don't do fancy ass cuts between things, so you get to see where their mouse goes and every button they click. You actually see all the information you need. It's not like it's and you learn how to do. Yeah. Anyway, this savior is how I was able to. Thanks to this person, I was able to set it up. Anyway. Basically, there's this one add-on called, or extension called, custom CSS and JS loader. And then that allows you to basically override the theming at a lower level for Visual Studio Code. To the point that Visual Studio Code will complain that it's corrupted every time it starts, but thankfully there's a button you can click that says, don't tell me that anymore. And thankfully the button actually does what it says. So I don't have to be seeing the complaint that it's, you know, corrupted every time I start it. Which video was it though? Also welcome in Stjeckum. Hi. I didn't actually say hi, sorry. YouTube, oh wait, where is it? YouTube, cursor, smooth cursor, register code, cool with VS Code, unanimous, smooth cursor, VS Code. What was it? Was it this one? Nope, that's a short. Wait. Was it a short? No. Man, I don't know if I'll find it. Hold on. Visual cursor. Wait, where is it? YouTube? Cursor. Smooth cursor quest. Okay, that was on the 11th of June. So if I scroll my history to the 11th of June... 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11... Is it this one? Sorry, I'm trying to find this. Is it this one? Yes! Yes, it was this one. Boop! Ta-da! From the research, it seems DMA is slower than the CPU at copying memory. The reason for using it is the CPU is free to do other things. Huh. Well, Clunk actually uses Vim bindings in Emacs. I see. Anyway, yeah, so this one was not using the smear cursor thingy. This was using one just made by someone on Reddit. And that's the one that actually works and looks better, so that's what I use. What did I just do that made it, like, show squares around a whole load of things for a moment? That was weird. How did I do that? Oh, did I select that? Did I select this? Did I select a space and it showed every space? No, it doesn't do that. E? Oh, there, that's probably what I did. Every occurrence of E. Wow, that's remarkably smooth scrolling with so many boxes. Lane! Hi, welcome. It's the person who made me get this cursor in the first place. I just mentioned you because someone else mentioned how cool the cursor looked. I kind of want to try the MA now though. I understand that it'll be slower if your actually doing RAM accesses, right? If you're trying to access memory at the same time as DMA is doing a copy, the RAM can only access one thing at a time, so you know, both would be a bit slower, but I'm tempted to just try doing DMA memory copy now. Can any channel of DMA do memory to memory? I guess so, right? I'm currently using channel 3 because that's what's going out to SPI transmit. So if I just use channel 1, I don't think I'm ever going to use the analog to digital converter. ADC. Okay, and thankfully I can just copy and paste the code that already exists for this. Currently this code is in the wrong place as well. I'll have to move this. So if I just take this, memory DMA is already enabled, right? Whatever, I'm just gonna copy the entire goddamn thing. And I'm gonna call this void clear array by DMA. Oh my god, I can't. Maybe clear canvas by DMA. I don't want to make this super general purpose. I just want to test. So I'm going to use channel 1. Channel request. Set channel request. Channel request. This is this thingy down the side, isn't it? Does it have to be set to a specific thing for memory to memory, or is that only for peripherals? I feel like that wouldn't even be used if it was memory to memory, right? DMA channels. Each channel may handle a DMA transfer between a peripheral register located at a fixed address and a memory address. But it can also do memory to memory. It doesn't have to do that, right? Or can a channel only do peripheral to this? And the way of doing memory to memory is like... it's not even channel. Oh, but we're referring to channel every single time here, so... I think it probably is. You choose a channel, right? Circular mode, channel configuration procedure. So peripheral address here. The data is moved from or to this address. To or from memory after the peripheral, blah, blah, blah. Or after the channel is enabled in memory to memory. Why does it say peripheral though? Ah! Is this just a nomenclature for this? Peripheral is one thing and memory is another thing? Even though they're both memory? In memory to memory mode? As soon as started, may serve requests. Okay, so I guess this will start it immediately if I change the EN bits. Right? Memory to memory mode. Nomenclature, yeah. My favorite person. Your favorite Norman. Part of the Normans. Alright, channel 1. Alright, fuck it, we're doing this. Channel request we shouldn't need because it's not from a thingy. We don't care about this. Peripheral address. So this is basically where it's coming from. Question mark? I think. Well, no, in this example is where it's going to, actually. So read from memory. So let's just say it's coming from peripheral. By the way, this is all of these should be channel 1. Can you replace it? Okay, we're gonna say that it's 32-bit. We're gonna say that it's coming from the beginning of the array, which is LCD data, big pixel data, yep. Wait, we have to cast this, don't we? We have to cast it with the other one as well. So let's just say the address of, well, this is already an address, so we'll just say LCD pixel data. Yes, this is a pointer, and yes, this is an integer, and yes, we're not dereferencing this. Peripheral size 32-bit, destination size 32-bit, memory increment mode, yes, we do want to do that. Does peripheral increment mode exist? It does. Okay, yes, increment that one as well. Nice. DMA1, DMA channel 1. So increment both of them. So basically we're setting peripheral address size and increment, and then memory size and increment. And we also want address as well. Memory address fast. Yeah, sure, that should still work. Do my own channel 1. And it's gonna go to the location of this, but +1. So, oh, no, +4, right? +4, because this is a U8, so we had 4. Okay. So we're gonna read. So read from or beginning of array starts. Yeah, read. So start reading from byte 0 of array and start writing to byte 4 of array. 32-bit, increment. Read direction is from here to there. Okay, ignore this. This comment also doesn't apply anymore. Where were we? Number of data. So that is the number of data bytes, but it's going to be divided by 4 because, you know, we'll copy this many 32-bit integers. Bytes this times 4. And then enable. There's one more thing we have to do, wasn't there? There was one more thing. We had to say memory to memory. Where was that? Set memory to memory? Enable? Mem to mem mode. There it is. On DMA1, channel 1. Oh, why didn't I like that? Oh, DMA channel 1. What other things are there? DMA enable. Circular mode, we don't want half. Transfer interrupt, we don't want any interrupts. It is incrementing, they're both incrementing. We won't enable those interrupts either. We'll just poll to see if it's done. Is that it? I wonder if that's it. Let's try that. And we'll sit in a loop waiting for it to be done. So wait, so how did the thingy work again? Wait until sent. It did... Ah, okay, so this was waiting for the SPI specifically. Okay, so we need to wait for the count of things that are being copied to reach 0. How do we do that again? DMA underscore. Does it have its own little macro for it already? Get number of data. Yes, that's what I want. SPI1 and channel 1. So while this basically do nothing. So this would be wait for there to be no ints left to copy, i.e. all data is copied. This will be more than a minor miracle if this works on the first attempt. But let's just see if this even like doesn't just freeze permanently here. That'll be the amazing thing. So we're not going to call this. We're not going to call any of this. So we're instead going to call this. Oops. First of all, does it even compile? I expect it will, but whether it works or not is very different. It doesn't even compile. Nice. Too many arguments to function. DMA set memory address fast. Oh, what the hell? Wait, what do you mean too many? We've got DMA, we've got channel, and we've got U32T. What do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, what were you? Oh, hold on. This is defined. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna need to move this to be below the place where that's defined. Clear canvas by DMA was not declared. Okay, I'm gonna need to move that one as well. Yay! No forward declarations. Hey, guess what? I need to call clear. Okay, hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna move up the other thing instead of moving all the other things down. Let's do that. Let's just move this. In fact, this shouldn't even be in this class, really. It should be somewhere else. In this C file. This should really be somewhere else. This should really be in Yook misc, I think. Or, I mean, no, it's still only used for the LCD. It's still only used for the LCD. I'll put it in here. You happy now? It is happy. 5536. What the? What the? What the? Why is it using 200 more bytes? Okay, whatever. Thank you for the pants, cabbage. Should we see if it works? Let's see if it works. I am very much expecting that we're going to see the pin go high and never go low again because it's going to be stuck in this loop because the DMA is actually not going to be working. And so it's going to be waiting forever for it to finish. And it's not even going to have started. But let's see. Let's see if my skepticism is justified. Ah!
Irina.
Why? Let's see. Yeah, why though, Bucky? I know what it is! I know what it is! Ah! Okay, I'm zooming out a bit. Because if it is actually really slow, I'll probably need to zoom out to see it. Also, I'm going to want to make sure that, you know, I want to be very sure that it's not just taking a long time and that it really is freezing if it stays on. Okay, let's just line that up with the grid because OCD and upload and see what happens. Ah!
Cheddar.
Oh my god! Okay, that's very suspicious. It's... the pin went high and then it went low. Okay. And it went low kind of quickly. Okay, how long is this? Let's refresh. So the pin went high and then low, which is a great sign. It's not to say that it actually has done what I wanted to do, but something's happened and it didn't freeze. That's the nice thing. Let's measure how long this spike is. Zip, 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 zip. Ooh, what the fuck? This is fast. This is very suspiciously fast. 100, let's call it 130 microseconds. Wow, okay. That's actually not beyond the bounds of possibility, is it? It's faster than any of this, but it's not like crazily much faster. I mean, it's nice that it is faster. It's not really nice that it's like costs 200 bytes to do this. Oh, flash memory? Anyway, 130 microseconds, let's call it. So this is DMA copying, overlapping zeros. 130 microseconds, and it takes 5536 bytes in a flash for the whole thing. Wow, I wonder if it's working. I wonder if it's working. A way to find out now, you can start doing other stuff before it finishes. True, that would be useful, I guess. But already it's going to be useful even if I'm doing nothing else. Okay, a way that we can see if this is working or not is to remove one of these long Yooks. And you know how it usually is. Like the LCD has... The RAM on the LCD is not reinitialized by the reset thing. So normally if you just don't draw a thing, it'll stay there. But in the initialization of the LCD, we're calling clear canvas. So we should see the lower long Yook disappear and only the upper long Yook remain if clear canvas is working, which I will be amazed if it is, but let's try it. Oh my god! It is clearing it! Holy crap! And that's like the very bottom of the thing as well. The bottom of the LCD. Oh my god. Okay, so DMA is actually faster in this case. Holy crap. No way. Wow, thank you both so much for suggesting that. How long does a DMA setup take? Oh, that's true. We wouldn't need to do all of this setup in the future, would we? We'd set up all this channel stuff once, and then we'd need to repeat. Which things would we need to repeat? Hold on. Some of it would need to repeat. Oh, I'm on the wrong flipping thing. Here we are. We would need to re-enable this or this. I think we'd need to re-specify this. We don't need to re-specify this or this. I think we need to re-specify this. We don't need to re-specify this or this or this or this. We do need to re-specify this. And then we do this. So that's actually a really good point. Let's do the setup in its own thing. Let's say init DMA. And inside here, we can also initialize the DMA for the LCD. So DMA for clearing canvas, which we use channel 1 for. So we have to disable it first. We have to do this. Then we do this. We'll need to be in there as well. We don't need to do this or this in there. And this is the destination address. We don't need to do that or that or that. And then, so source, destination. Actually, I don't think we even need to do the source and destination, and I think we need to do it once, because the registers where the source and destination addresses, the register that you write to with this address in it, is not outwardly updated. Basically, it's copied into like a secondary, would you call it a shadow register? So even after it's finished copying like 126 integers, both addresses are still where they started. And I'm fairly sure that if you just reset the number to copy from and you tell it to go again, it will go from the beginning again. That's really easy to test. We can just put these in there, assuming that that's true. I'm fairly sure it is. I'm fairly sure I already tested it. In the drawing to the LCD. So put those in there. Then you only need to re-queue up the number of bytes. Disable it, do this, re-enable it, and then wait. So let's now put init DMA into here before we start timing. So this is including setup. DMA plus setup. Let's just put plus setup like that, I guess. I don't know, please plus setup. I don't have to rearrange my columns. It fits if I do that, just barely. Okay, I guess this might use 1 or 2 more bytes because it's like a function it has to call, but who cares? Upload! Oh wait, I'm calling it, never mind. I literally just called it. I should have changed the long Yook so I can test. What the fuck? No way! It just got like less than half the size again. Okay, let's actually, I'm suspicious about that. Let's see if it's really working. I will tell it to only draw a lower long Yook. Holy crap, it's actually working. Okay. This is unbelievable. Okay. We're getting down into double-digit microseconds now. This is kind of crazy. It's about 42 microseconds. I can't believe those are words that leave in my mouth. Copying overlapping zeros. 42, and the size is going to be like a couple of bytes bigger, I think. 5540. Yep. Normally it'll keep the RAM when you flash the ROM. Yes. How long is it if you set the pin to low before the while loop? If I set the pin to low before the while loop. If I set the pin to low before the while loop? Oh, I see what you mean. So that you... Wait, send the pin to low. Oh, you... Wait, what are you wanting to measure? The setup time? The moment where you have the CPU to do other stuff. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I mean, the other stuff will be slower because the RAM access will have to be like shared equally between the DMA and my thingy. Also, I wouldn't want to be drawing to the canvas while it's being cleared. Like, I'm not sure what else there is to do. I don't know. Don't wait for the DMA to finish. Okay, let's see. I mean, it's gotta be just like single-digit microseconds, surely, right? I'm gonna zoom in advance because I think we're gonna be needing to take a close look at this tiny spike. But sure, let's see. I also... let's do a test to make sure that the clearing really is working. Let's change this to draw a long Yook in one position, wait for a while and then clear it, and then draw a long Yook in another position and then clear it. So we'll initialize, we'll draw one, and then we'll send the pixels. We don't need to make the loop, we'll just do it once. We'll do that, and then we'll wait for a little bit. And then we'll draw the other one. Yeah. So this will kind of be more of a test that the clearing is like actually working, right? Sure. Both spikes should be like the same size. Oh, it's my own super quiet music. Oh, look at my thing is a little bit off. The start position has been... Ooh, wow. Okay. That is actually insane. Thank you very much for the follow, Rough Night. The vast majority of the time was taken just for the DMA setup. There is no way. There is no way. That means that the actual copying really only took 11 microseconds? Really? Really? How the... But what does that even mean? That doesn't make sense at all. We're running at 2 megahertz. Oh wait, are we not actually? I might have accidentally... Oh shit. Okay, we don't have a super... Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This is actually running at 4 megahertz. No, this is running at 2... Wait, is this running at 2 megahertz? Yeah, I'm not initializing the sys clock at all, so this is going to be running at about 2 megahertz by default. So, how is it managing to copy 126... How is it managing to do 100... Okay. 1 clock cycle is half a microsecond at 2 megahertz. Yeah, I've had it unset, so it's running at the default 2 megahertz. Thank goodness. I didn't change that halfway. So, we're wanting to copy 126 integers. Right? 1 clock cycle is half a microsecond. If this is correct and it's taking, like, let's round up to 12 microseconds in total for all of the copying, then somehow it's taking like 24 cycles to copy 126 integers? The fuck am I seeing? This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. I mean, the speed is nice, but LCD looks wrong. Oh fuck, it does. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't notice! No! Aww. That's kind of cool though, right? It looks interesting. Wait, did the first one look correct? Let me reset. Hold on. Reset. Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. We are waiting for the DMA to complete. This part here is waiting for the DMA to complete. Or it should be. Maybe it's not. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Is this not waiting for the... Okay, that's the problem. Okay, I see the problem. Holy crap. Thank you very much for the raid, Adam Learns Live. Welcome. Hi. Yeah, Freefall, we are waiting for the DMA that's clearing the array to finish. We're not waiting for the DMA that's clocking out to the LCD to finish. Whoops. LCD, wait until sent. Okay, there we are. Thank you very much for the raid. How's your stream going? I was just telling my stream that I've only ever heard you whisper, and now you're talking. I am! Hi! I'm sorry. I'm sorry the illusion is ruined. The ASMR is over. Now it's an awful squeaky voice time. Hi. How's your stream? Welcome. I'm sorry I'm 2D right now. This is, my emoting is like limited to this. Also, I become invisible if I turn around. Also, you joined while this music that I made is playing. That's kind of fun. Also, I have heat haze going through me because the temperature, as shown on that thermometer over there, is now over 31 degrees. In my room. That's in my room. But hi! The reason that I'm 2D is because my camera is pointing at this! This is a live view down here. Holy. More illusions being ruined. The stream was really good. I've been pretty productive. White cheese. Pretty productive in the last week, if I do say so myself. Hell yeah, congrats. Welcome in Nuka as well. Welcome in Boomer Test. Welcome. Hi. What were you up to? What are you up to? If you'd like to talk about it, don't feel obliged, please. Wait, haven't you shouted you out? What am I doing? Oh my god. Adam learns. Wait, did I even shout out Kenny earlier on? Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm tired and I'm forgetting basic etiquette. Anyway, let's see. I can't hold up the little plaque with your avatar on it, but let's see. Automating releases. Skelicella, day 166. I see. Hope it went well. The demo has been pretty well received by the few people who have tried it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm trying to do a thumbs up in the reflection of the LCD. Oh god.
Cheese.
What the? Cheese. Omni, how dare you? How dare you? I need to not break my webcam. I don't have a replacement. If it breaks, and it has been doing weird little glitches on it sometimes. Not when I shake it. We need a name for our tough skeleton-based street gang. Hang on, I was trying to alt tab them. Why am I being made spooky now? Tough skeleton-based street gang. I have a name. I don't know if I should say it. I don't know how degenerate your streams are. I get I get the impression that they're not degenerate, but I can't shake the feeling that the boners would be a good name for people that are made out of bones and it's a gang. I'm sorry. We bring it to... Okay. Hi, Kevin. Welcome. What about something like, what about the boneheads? What about the boneheads? Anyway, what's going on here? Okay. Okay, what's going on here is I'm trying to control, you can't take it back now. I'm taking it back. Hold on. I'm gonna take it back. One sec. Hold on. This is required in order to take it back. Hold on. I'm gonna record myself saying this. I'll mute it so you don't hear it. Oh, wait a minute. This is recording my... Wait, what's this recording? Oh, I think it's recording my music. Hold on. Please hold. This is gonna be an amazing joke when I make it happen. One sec. Let's try again. Okay. Now I just take that audio and I reverse it. There we are. I took it back. It's back inside me now. So what I'm doing is I'm working on code to control an LCD. This is the LCD down there. It's a little bit obstructed by this probe wire. Let me move that. Can I move that? Is it going to stay out of the way? It might slide back into view in a moment. Wait, Why is this looking so difficult to see? Is it? Oh, that's better. A little bit. Turns out if you increase your lighting brightness, then you can see things. It looks a bit bubbly because there's a protector on the LCD. So yeah, I'm trying to make code to control this LCD. This is going to be for like a little pet, electronic pet kind of project. Like a Tamagotchi. Do I see thermal paste? No. Yeah, this is an LCD, so it's just reflective. There's like metal stuff around it. Hi Max Sylvester, welcome. The screen is coated in thermal paste. Nah. You're seeing something a little corrupted looking right now, and I think that's because I was trying to send data, and then I was shutting down the I was shutting down the microcontroller. Oh, I can actually show you right now. That there? That's a microcontroller. On the... Oh my goodness. Whoa! Clunk! Thank you very much for the gift sub! Holy crap! Congrats! All commiserations to the Adam Len's life. So that down there, on the board, is the little microcontroller that I'm wanting to use for this project. It's not the Arduino. That is the Arduino over there. But that's just being used to upload to this. And then the LCD is being controlled. Oh wow, that's a better view for the LCD, isn't it? Unfortunately, I have to put the camera down here. So yeah, I'm using that tiny little microcontroller, which is like, well, actually, I've ordered another one that's going to replace that has more pins and an analog output and more storage space. But they're both in the same series of microcontrollers, STM32s, which are designed for ultra-low power usage, so that I can hopefully have this thing, once it's made, running on batteries for at least weeks. I'd like to reach a month. Multiple months would be amazing, and possibly possible, I'm not sure. I meant to ask, which is better, Bubble Combat or Mortal Bobble? What about Mortal... No. Mortal... Are you just trying to combine Bubble and Mortal Kombat? What about Marble Kombat or Bortle? Oh, I don't know. Bubble indeed. I had to use thermal paste for that arcade mod.
Jeez.
Sounds interesting. Sorry. Had to take up Marble Bob. You had a Mark II 1-up arcade. Oh, modded. Sorry. Wait, did I say modded? Modded an arcade with a Pi 5. A Raspberry Pi 5? Wait, they're up to 5 now? And the screenshot I shared, I was playing it. IC, Ori was playing IC. So right now I'm trying to make this. I've been making. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I totally got nerd sniped into trying to find the fastest way to clear memory, to erase an array. I mean, like zero out an array. And I've been trying a few different ways, and I have to just make sure that this is gonna work. It looks like a mess on the display right now because I was accidentally putting the microcontroller to sleep just immediately after I started sending the data, and so it never, you know, it never got to send, and then stuff. And I'm just gonna see if this fixes it. If it does, it's nice. If it doesn't, that's not nice. It's uploading. Oh my god, it fixed it. Okay, it didn't quite fix it. Wait, no, it did. Wait, it did fix it. I just haven't called LCD clear. That's actually what to expect if it was not clearing it. Okay, I forgot to clear the canvas, so we've got 2 long yooks. Okay, let's make it so that we clear the canvas. Now it's uploading. Holy crap, it works. Holy crap, it works. Do you want to know why this is significant? because using memset took like nearly 1920 microseconds, nearly 2 milliseconds. Then a loop that I made took only 420. I swear I did not fabricate that number. Right now, it's taking this many microseconds. This many microseconds. It was taking this many at first, and now it's taking this many, which is absolutely insane. I don't understand it, actually. Anyway, I take credit for spreading my productivity to Yook. I must now head out to get food and then be productive again later. Enjoy your food. Oh my goodness, I should have been getting food like half an hour ago. Okay. I might have to end stream soon. Soonish. Not right now. Soon. I've got some trying to work out why this is so fast to do first. The future is now. Pi is 5.14159. 5? What the? Pi is 5 now? I thought it was 3-ish. Pi is 5. Oh, I see what you're doing. Holy crap. I'm behind. Welcome, Kevin. Hi, welcome in. Bonehead's gang boss is now leaving chat. I think Boneheads is bad because, like, if it's like a violent gang, right? The usual memery is that it's just like they're not very clever, right? Because they're resorting to violence, and you know, they're made of bones. I don't know why I'm explaining the extremely obvious joke. Sorry. Okay, trying to understand how the hell it's managing to clear all of the memory in less time than like what is more than one clock cycle. Like it's clearing more than one integer in one clock cycle. Which is nonsensical. So I think it might be that the thing is running at a different speed. So I'm trying to get to this clock tree page where it shows all of the routings from the different clocks to the different things. Did it mention DMA anywhere? DMA. Where's DMA? DMA. Clock. What clock is DMA using? DMA clock enable bit. Okay, where does it come from though? Oh yeah, we could actually still be clocking out during sleep mode. Well, if it was sleep mode, not stop mode. I'm using stop mode because it saves more. DMA. Can you tell me what it's clocked from? Ah, here we are. Wait, no, that's not correct. Why is this music so loud still? Freefall. Wait, what did Freefall suggest? The Milk Gang. Violence is through skeleton-based memes and distracting Adam. I wasn't meaning that you're violent. I was assuming the skeleton gang was in the game. Is it not? Alright, I don't know where the hell is. I assume it's taking its clock from the same thing as everything else, which makes no sense. What I might do is, as a sanity check, let's maybe test the power consumption? Is the power consumption going through the roof when I do DMA stuff? That seems like a weird thing, not a great thing that could happen, but I also can't explain the fact that it's copying at an insane speed. So, yeah. Anyway, Stewie, I'm gonna put the thingy back so that the pin goes low only when everything is done. Yeah, okay, let me get my voltmeter out. This is not gonna be... I don't have like a good shunt resistor or something for measuring this on the oscilloscope, unfortunately. I've tried various times in the past. It always is just horribly, horribly noisy. So I'm just gonna use my multimeter in current measuring mode, where it'll just measure the average. And I know what the average usually is when it's running. So if the average, you know, spikes, if the average shows up for a moment as higher than normal, then there must have been a spike. I don't have any good way of measuring this, though, unfortunately. An embedded dev alive. What am I trying to do? Well, I've kind of just managed to do it, but I'm suspicious about how good the results look. So I'm trying to see what the catch is. I'm suspicious about the fact that I just cleared an array in 42 microseconds. An array of 504 bytes, while the microcontroller is only running at 2 megahertz. I'm suspicious about this. Why does it say byte? There should be bytes. So I'm going to measure the power consumption and see if, like, I don't understand how that's possible. So I'm just going to see if the power suddenly usage goes up or something when it's doing that, because I didn't get it. My stream aesthetic is really cool. Thank you. Usually I have like a 3D avatar that's tracking me, but you know, it's using this camera usually, so this camera is getting a break from staring at my face. Also, welcome. Kanoto? Hi. Kan Otto, maybe. Yeah, it's very hot in this room, unfortunately.
Cheese it.
Maybe I should add heat haze effect to this. I can't easily do that because this is being composed inside, or composited inside OBS. But... Hi, Fallen Shard as well. Why cheese? Sorry, there was code up before. Now it's just this awkward black square in the background. I mean, awkward black background. I'm going to turn off this for a moment. Boop. So that I can move the camera out of the way and do things. I need a jumper wire thingy. Okay. Let's remove this. So the way that you're meant to be able to measure current using an oscilloscope. Hang on a second. Sanity check. Have I been doing it correctly? The way when I've been wanting to measure something, current consumption with the scope is we've got like a power supply here, right? It's the Arduino, but whatever, I'm using it. It's 3.34 regulator, it's a power supply. So we have power coming in there. Here's my little board with the STM32. I want to measure its power consumption. Normally, we just have these go right up here, right? However, for measuring power consumption with my... Firstly, for measuring power consumption with my multimeter, I just insert my multimeter in between these two things like that. Okay, I mean, it's in current measuring mode, and that works fine, but it can't capture like tiny spikes and stuff. So if I want to do it using the oscilloscope, then the way that I think I should do it, correct me if I'm wrong, is have the positive side connected, and then because the oscilloscope probe, which I'm going to draw in black here, because the oscilloscope's negative side here is like grounded, I have to have this connected to this, the ground. There's no way around that, otherwise I'm shorting the power supply. And then on here, I'd be using like a resistor. And then the, well, this is really terribly drawn. The positive side of the probe would be there. In reality, this is one... In reality, this is one thing. This is one giant probe. And the red goes onto the tip here, and the black goes around a ring here. I didn't really think through when I was drawing this, but isn't that how I should measure it? And then the resistor would need to be like... If I'm wanting to be able to measure tiny currents here, I'm wanting to be measuring sub 1 milliamp, so the microamp range, like hundreds of microamps. Or less. I would need like a resistor that's fairly... not your typically low resistance shunt resistor, right? Because I'm wanting to measure in the milliamp range. But I can't let the voltage drop too much to this. This is only 3.3 volts to begin with. This is okay with the voltage dropping down to like by 1 volt. I think it would be okay with the voltage dropping by 1 volt to 2.3. Because inside is being regulated down to 1.8 and stuff. Actually 1.5 in the mode it's currently running in. So if this one pulling 1 milliamp. Oh wait, no, that's still a problem though, because this is still a problem because when this first turns on, well, when you put this into reset mode, the current consumption goes up quite a lot. I don't know why, but when it's in reset mode, it pulls like 5 milliamps or so. When it's running usually in the state that I have it running in, it's pulling like, well, actually I have it written right here. It's pulling about 200 milliamps, microamps, not milliamps. Oh my goodness. So what if we aim for a range of like 0 to 10 milliamp reading? Then you'd want a resistor that was... And you're okay with 1 volt being dropped. Then you'd want a resistor... where's my computer dying? That's 100 ohms? Right? VIR, so so voltage is, okay, if we're trying to measure 10 milliamps, then the 0.01 milliamps times 100 ohms will be 1 voltage dropped. 1 voltage, yes, I can speak English. That'll be 1 volt dropped. So it is, right? But we're wanting to measure down to very low currents, so I'm thinking that if you're pulling 10 milliamps, then the voltage will have dropped by 1 volt. But this is what I've tried before, and it's just been horribly, horribly, horribly noisy readings that are like so useless on the scope. I have BNC to banana plug converters for my scope. That's interesting. Do you have any current... That sounded sarcastic. That was not sarcastic when I said that's interesting. Do you have any kind of current clamp? No, I don't have a current clamp, I'm afraid. But a current clamp for things as low as this? Would that work? I guess it would, right? If you just put many turns around it. Because every turn is going to like multiply the reading you get. Also, hi, welcome in. Hi, Dr. Dankenstein. I've tried this before, but I ended up using a power profiler kit too. It supplies power and allows graphing of current. That sounds interesting. Do you have a clamp currently? Oh my god. Oh my god. It took me a moment, Cabbage. I currently do not have a current clamp. But yeah, I've tried this before and I didn't get a great reading. I'll try it again now. Let's just try it again right now. I don't have any reason to believe that it would suddenly work better right now on stream, but actually I can't be bothered. I actually can't be bothered. I just glanced at the breadboard and realized there's not much space left on this breadboard, and this is going to be a pain in the ass to squeeze it in. I realized what I'd be getting into. I don't want to be trying to make space on this breadboard for that right now. That's... that'll be a pain that I don't want to go down this little rabbit hole right now, especially since I've been down it before. But okay, so that I wasn't going crazy then. This is the way of doing this. Clamp? So I actually don't know how this is done exactly in a clamp, but I think it's using the idea of like a current transformer where you wait, how does this work again? pretty sure you just had like a loop of wire like this, right? And this would go off to something that measures the voltage or current or whatever. And then you'd have something that passes through the middle, like a wire that passes through here. So this is in front. I'm trying to get a sense of 3D-ness here. And then the thingy is in front there and it comes out the other end. And then when stuff flows through here, this is only really going to work with AC, right? But when something flows through here, it induces a current through here. And then you can like indirectly measure the amount of current that's flowing through this by measuring this. And they're like physically, they're like electrically isolated from each other. So it's like a really safe way of measuring high currents. I think it's something like that. But I don't understand how it works in a clamp. Because in a clamp, you have like the things open up, right? You've got like jaws that open up like this. If this is on the meter, you have like this thing that opens up on the front like this. And there's no like, there's an air gap here. How does this work? If this is a coil, the coil's broken. It probably isn't literally that. I don't know. It's done with magnets. Oh? Oh my goodness, this is getting into the black magic electromagnetism territory. DC induces DC current. Okay, so, but you need to have something that's like able to measure like really, really small currents, I guess, and, you know, not drift too much, I guess. Tiny coil for tiny current wire. Yeah, oh yeah, and the point of this thing going around is the more times this goes around, the more it multiplies the reading you get from here. Okay. Like literally just 2 turns, you'll get double the reading. You could technically make your own by winding your own inductor and hooking that to the scope. Huh. I don't have super thin wire. Also, this is DC. Oh, mind you. It is a scope. Yeah, it's fine with DC. Let me check something. I do have some speakers that I guess I could extract the coil from. I don't know. I don't know. What O-scope do you have? It being on stream looks cool. Thanks. It is... Hopefully I can find the link quickly this time, because someone asked just recently and I posted it. Not on today's stream, don't worry. It was this. Hold on. Hold. Oh, wait, is this side down? No, there it goes. That was weird. Oh my goodness, it's being slow right now. Okay, there it is. It's loaded. It is this. Hashtag not sponsored. Also, hashtag this price is absurdly sensible for this. Anyway. Yeah, for flipping years and 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 years, I'd been thinking, man, an oscilloscope would make X, whatever project I'm working on at the time, so much more useful. And finally, last year, I bit the bullet and then finally bought one, and yeah, it's even more useful than I could have imagined. It just feels like it opens the door in general. Things like are less scary. If you don't know why something's working, you can literally look. Well, I don't know if that's literal actually. I mean, you can look at the screen, but otherwise it feels like you're flying blind sometimes. You wire something up and you don't know why it's not working. But here you can like see what's happening on ridiculously tiny timescales and it's fun. And sometimes it sounds cool too. There's a fun thing you can do with this one. The way in which it's being on screen is because it has like it hosts like a little web server. Also a VNC server, which you can connect to with like tied VNC or something. Here. And it just like, you know, it has an Ethernet cable, so sorry, it has a LAN socket, so you can just connect it to the LAN. But a fun thing you can do, how about I probe? Let me probe. Okay, I gotta move this thing out of the way of the camera. I can probe the. Let's not kill this LCD. I'm gonna probe the signals that are going out to the LCD right now, which is like SPI data. So there's a serial line. Oh, sorry, it's serial data, and there is a data line, and there's a clock line. You present new data on the data line, and then you pulse the clock line to signal to the receiving party. Hey, wakey wakey! I just sent you something, a single bit. And this, you know, this process usually happens at megahertz frequencies. But I'm now setting up a probe on those two lines. So trying to... Okay. Maybe I can even show this on the camera actually. Boop. Oh, wait, it's on the camera already. Oh no, it's not. What am I doing? Oh my god, I'm confusing myself so much. There it is. Oh, what an amazing camera view. Is that better? Yeah. I'm probing two things there. This is a terrible view. What an awful camera view. Anyway, thankfully the scope view is what I was trying to show you, so. I've just pulled off, what you're seeing there is where the LCD used to be, and so I'm just probing the two lines that were going to the LCD. And, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. That's what I wanted to do. And now if I zoom out a bit and I turn on the other channel as well. Actually, no, that should be okay. I'll just put it down there. And plug in the power. Oh, right, there's trigger on it. Boop. Ta-da! Look at that! There's some stuff being sent. And it's sent twice because we have that code that's doing one thing and then it's sending another one. Actually, if I keep it rolling and zoom out a bit, you'll see them both being sent when I press reset to restart it. Boop. There's the first frame. There's the second one. But the really cool thing is, if I just capture one of those, reset. Oh, we can zoom in a bit further than that. We can zoom in further than that. Sure. Let's reset to get a nice clean reading. Ignore that one. Okay, then what you can do, this is really fun, but if I get it up on this browser window, you can, I don't understand why it does this annoying thing with the UI getting bigger. Oh wow, it's actually bugged. Why is it doing this? This is, I don't understand why this interface is so weird. Anyway, you can click to save the waveform. And then it triggers a download and I can then load Audacity and open it. It is unsigned 8-bit, sure, whatever. Ta-da! So this is the serial clock, which is going constantly, and this is the serial data. Unfortunately, it's one after the other, so I'd have to like really accurately align it, but wait, actually, it's not that hard. If I just remove this part, which is like the header, then I can just look at the total length and divide it by 2. Quick maths! Eventually. This part's not quick. Eventually I should make a program that reads this data and then can just like spit out one proper WAV file with like just a multi-channel WAV file, you know? Basically change it from one after the other to all at the same time. Okay, so hopefully there's an even number of samples now. It is! Oh my goodness, it's exactly 3500. Oh wait, that's obvious, right? Because look in the top right of the scope. Oh wait, I'm cropping it, you can't see it. Hold on, you'll see it on here. 1 point... Oh my god, hold on. Ah. There we go. 1.75 megapoints is how many it's captured. So that times 2 is this. So if I just take 1.75 of those... There we are. Now they should be perfectly aligned. And I'm just gonna high pass this so that to remove the silly offset button. And here. Because I would rather not upset speakers. But if we play this, then this is going to be... This is like a recording. So it's playing back at this speed and it was recorded at 250 mega. So this is like playing at 0.018 roughly percent the original speed. Let's put one on the left side and one on the right side. Are you prepared for the song of my LCD people? Amazing. That's the sound of a long Yook being displayed on the LCD. I fuck with that. It could be slightly less annoying if it wasn't panned hard left and right, I guess. Oh, that's a fun sound. Anyway, yeah. Stuff. Add reverb and delay to it? Reverb, delay to it. Sure. What if we just do it on this one? I'm gonna make it a stereo so, you know. I can apply a different reverb to each side and then it sounds stereo. Because Audacity's thingy by default does the exact same thing on both channels, so it doesn't sound, you know, stereo or spacious. Oof, that's a bit wide. And then we do one on the other side. Now it sounds like this. What is this thing at the beginning? Oh, it's it's the filter. Okay, whatever. Right, you can hear the 8-bit noise from the oscilloscope. You can hear crosstalk from the clock. What the hell? This starts sounding like a horn almost. Is this a horror game? I wonder. We could also just get the whole thing going faster so it actually sounds like a tone. Speed. Sure, let's crank it. This might be loud, huh? I'm really sorry to anybody who was using my stream to fall asleep to. Anyway. She said this would sound like at actual speed, the entire thing. How do we calculate this? We know how much slower it is. I'm pretty sure Audacity won't let me choose the actual sample rate of 250, 000. The entered value is invalid. Fuck you! That's what it is. Okay, what if I just do, what a pain in the ass. Again, you probably can't get above this, right? Or can you? Oh, you actually can put in a value above that. Okay, how much higher do we need to get then? Okay, so 441 over 250, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So we want the inverse of that. So we need it to be that many times. So this many percent. And then we subtract 100. Because it's like how many percent more above 100. And before it says this is an invalid number as well. Oh my god, it did. Okay, well that's clearly not correct. That's less of a difference than when I just typed 5,000. Oh, wait a minute. It's because there are commas in it, isn't it? Hold on. Let's remove the commas. Let's try again. Oh my god, it did it. Okay, it's... Right, okay. I'm not quite sure what I was expecting, but yeah, I guess that makes sense, huh? No, never mind. What a let. Oh well. Most underwhelming thing ever. Turns out, it sounds like a click. Anyway, here's Yook Deval. Hi, Amy Pie. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I don't know why I'm saying it over and over and over again. Just like that. Okay, well, amazing. In today's stream, I managed to clear the... Wait. This won't have all been for nothing. Because I can now clear the canvas super fast, I could just have a long Yook sliding from right to left, and it'll be like kind of efficiently done, right? Because the canvas is going to be being cleared super quickly. Okay, I'm going to try the thing. Let's make a loop. First of all, let's make an outer... No, first of all, let's make an inner loop. Welcome, Amy Pie. My brain is cooked from doing the math today. Oh, no. Pad. Let's call this current x equals 0. Actually, it's going to start from just outside the display, which the display is 84 pixels wide. So if we start at 84, that's just outside. Current x is less than or greater than. We want it all the way up until it's completely slid out of view. So that'll be the long Yook's width. Current x minus. And we'll just clear the canvas and we'll draw a long Yook at this current X position. And my code for cropping off the left side and the right side should just handle this. Then we'll send the pixels. Then we'll wait for like, I don't know, 33 milliseconds for 30 FPS, even though this is not a very precise function. This, yeah. And then we loop that. And then we also loop this entire thing. So we're just going to get a long Yook sliding from right to left. Perhaps we can imagine that it's many long Yooks sliding from right to left. Just a little train of them. Thank you for the pets. Hi, Jockibber. Okay, removing these probes and I'm putting the LCD back onto the breadboard. Okay. Where's the webcam? Maybe if I could probe it at the same time as you're seeing it, that'd be very cool actually. We could watch the data sort of sliding, yeah. Okay, hold on. Where's the... There it is. Fix up the view a bit. Okay, let's see if it works. Upload. And that's the old one. Now it's uploading. Oh. That's a whole lot of nothing, huh? That's a whole lot of nothing happening. Oh, wait! I'm not waiting for the data to finish being sent. I'm doing it again. Wait for... Hang on, LCD... Wait until send. Okay, maybe that's why it wasn't working. Probably not, but maybe. Gotta wait until we go into stop mode. I should probably add like an optional parameter to wait. Shit, it's still not working. Ah! Okay, maybe my cropping code does not correctly handle it if you're telling it to draw completely outside the range. So how about I say 83. We just use a less extreme number. I know that 70 something works, right? And then we'll just keep on going until we reach 0. Is that gonna work? I don't know why this is suddenly seeming to be not working. Long Yook is stuck. She is. This is the Long Yook left over from a previous run as well. What the fuck? Why am I seeing nothing? Okay, let me cut power and plug it back in. I'm guessing we're gonna see nothing. Oh, what the hell? A couple of dots appeared. Did you see that? Concerning. I wonder if clear canvas is not reliably clearing the canvas. Oh! The plot twist. Let's just go back to my silly loop, which does work. And DMA, blah, blah, blah. Did I... Is this gonna work? I think it is, right? Maybe? There it is! Oh my god! She's moving! Look at the blur on that, though. This LCD is not designed for super smooth frame rates. Okay, so something is sussy. Obviously, we already saw that something was sussy about this because 42 microseconds to clear that is nonsense, but... Wow. Okay, let's put this back to what it was. Let's go all the way off screen until all the way... Wait, hang on. Did I put that? I meant to put minus that. I meant to put okay, I might have accidentally just left that and it was trying to go... Yeah, I don't know. Let's try again. So she should like be able to slide all the way off now. Okay, she came from fully off screen. There she goes. Okay, I'm sorry. That is way cuter than it should be. I shouldn't be so excited about this. I should not be so excited about this. This is just a hard-coded Long Yook, by the way. Eventually, she's going to be made up of a head with no face, so that I can split different faces to it. Without wasting so much memory on all the different faces, where there's only the face part different and the head's the same. And then we're going to have like the tail end piece and the tail middle piece, which is only going to be 1 pixel wide, which can be stretched. I haven't made a function that can stretch a bitmap yet. Thank you for the pants! Just as a quick sanity check, let me see what happens if I put this back. Now that I've actually put the correct, you know, the loops fixed. Thank you for the flipping pants, Faffin. And subloading. Right, yeah, it's still not working. Something seems to be going very wrong though, because like it's not, like, we're not seeing anything. Like it's not just the clearing that's the problem, you know? If it just wasn't clearing, we'd be seeing the Long Yook smearing across it, but for some reason the act of it trying to clear it seems to be... upsetting it, someone. Even DMA... Oh, I know DMA is being done every time, huh? It shouldn't matter that we're resetting up all this stuff every time. It's unnecessary, but it shouldn't be causing a problem. Huh. I don't know why the DMA is not working anymore. Oh well. Maybe I'll look into that some time. It doesn't really make sense that it would work once and then stop working. We are making sure that it finishes. It's just going from this location, which is like this address is never changing. I do wonder if it's like crashing. I don't know why it would be crashing. I really don't know why it would be crashing. We're waiting for it to finish, you know? So it's not like we should even be trying to access it at the same time. Not that trying to access it at the same time should make it crash. It should just make it look a bit weird. Because they're writing over each other's work, but... Maybe it is just freezing on this line, like it's waiting for it to finish, and for some reason it's not finishing. What could be making it not finish? Why would it sometimes not be doing that? Is it like it worked before when we were doing it twice, right? But we had to... Is it because we were waiting a long time? What if we just increase the wait a lot? Canvas, draw, send, wait, and then wait. Long Yook don't understand. Aww! Pat David. Still doesn't work. Also, hi Faffin, welcome. Look, it's Yooking. It was, and she does live. Yes, hi. Step Yook, I'm stuck. Sorry, I'm just catching up on all of the chat that I didn't read. I didn't even realize that I wasn't reading it. What do I want to do? Let's probe the clock line. Just the clock. And, well, clearly nothing's happening on the scope, although you can't see that. Now you can see it, but yeah, nothing's happening. Don't need the blue line anymore. Just have it rolling. And restart the microcontroller. Oh, what the hell? Wait, why did the... Hang on, the view of the oscilloscope has stopped updating. What the... Wait, what just happened to the oscilloscope? It stopped here as well. What's happening? It's concerning. Let me unplug and replug in the Ethernet thingy. The clip on the Ethernet thingy is broken, so... Maybe it's that. Let's restart the web view. Okay, turning it off and on again apparently worked. Amazing. Alright, let's press reset again on the microcontroller so we can see it for real this time. So something happens there. So let's maybe take a closer look. How many spikes do we see? Let's move it off to the side as well. Let's reset. Is that it? I can't really see anything there. Hold on. Let's try it again. Why am I not really seeing a spike there? But when it was on the rolling view, I did. Reset? Yeah, I'm seeing something there. What the hell? What is this? Let's just capture a single one. Am I blind? Is it just like such a tiny thing that I need to zoom in further and further and further? Oh, it is! Okay, never mind. Such a tiny thing that I need to zoom in further. Holy crap. Okay, so... Yeah, this first thing is 6 bytes, I just remember, and then there's the thingy that prepares it, and then it's never sending the frame. Okay, so it's never sending the frame. We're not even getting... Well, we might be getting this far, but it's probably freezing. Either freezing here or freezing on the init thingy there. I am suspicious that maybe this is not successfully waiting for this to reach 0. I don't know though. Do I really care? I wonder if I care. I probably should care. Because it seemed to be working before. But maybe this is not actually waiting for the memory to finish being copied. This is the one for clearing the array. As you can probably tell. Don't know why. Don't know why. But it would make sense that we weren't waiting for it to finish, because the fact that it was taking like a tiny amount of time is crazy. So let's just do this instead. It's already way faster than memset and B0, which are like identical. So sure, let's just do it with my silly way of unwrapping the loop a bunch, but not entirely. Alright, fine, we won't do this. This will be a thing that we will not do. I guess we won't do this anymore either then. We will do init DMA. Oh, hang on. I can move this stuff out of the send pixels thing at least. What things can I move out? I think we only need this to be done once. And I think this can all be... Okay, we'll see if that works. I'm trying to move all of the stuff that I can out of the functions that are called regularly so that the DMA stuff is set up just once. So this is DMA for sending pixel data to LCD. I think we need this stuff. We do this, peripheral address, blah 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 blah. Let's put those there and then this makes more sense. Down request. Sure, actually I'll put those there. Then we've got setting up the peripheral source and number of bits. And here we've got the destination. Oh, this is actually the destination, huh? This is the destination, and this is the source. Okay, let me see if sending the data still works, then we should get an LCD sliding across. But it will be wasting a little less time every time it sends a frame now, if it works. There it is. Looks like it's way slow because I changed that to 1 second. You can see it's slightly faster than once a second as well. It's the inaccuracy of this. There she goes. It works. It still works. And we should be able to see the data. There it is. Oh my goodness, this is actually a live view. This is the oh, it's so slow on the computer though. It's such a shame that it's like a low frame rate on the computer. Because it's so silky smooth on the display right now. The real display of the oscilloscope. Okay, let's probe the data instead of the... Actually no, let's keep that on. But let's also probe the serial data, not just the clock. Thank you, Stu. I will go very soon and save the kidneys, I promise, because it's getting late. And I have to shower as well, so... We're seeing nothing on there. Why are we seeing nothing on the data line? I don't think I'm probing it correctly. Am I not? Why am I seeing nothing on the data line? Can't be probing that correctly, right? Let me move this over to there. Yeah, no, there should be data there. Oh, look, you can see it! Look! You can see it! Oh, that looks so cool on the display of the oscilloscope. How stuff is changing. Okay, why am I not seeing anything when I use this, then? Let's just keep it going. Okay, there it is. There's the blue. I just wasn't making a good electrical connection then. Or any electrical connection, in fact. Okay, there it is. There it is. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. Perfect. Haha! Oh, it's so cool. Oh, you can't see the flipping long nuclear. There's a wire in the way. Oh my god. Hang on. We gotta get this all in view. Oh, this is so hard to get all in view though. Oh, now we're not getting any data captured. Oh, it's so hard to get everything working together. Oh my god. I cannot. It's so hard to get the data to capture. It just... The connection is so shit. Oh, I got it. Okay, I got it. Now it's broken again. Okay, there it is. Okay, there we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So there it is. There is the long Yook sliding across the screen. You can kind of see it, right? The way the LCD is split into 6 banks, and the long Yook is only being drawn along the bottom 4 banks. Vertically, by the way, 6 vertically. So the top of the LCD is never changing. So like the left side of the blue area, well, there never is anything. Like this region, right? This region here is staying blank. This area here between these 2 yellow things is staying blank. And yeah, okay, so yeah, that is kind of working, huh? And if I zoom out, like quite far, there we are. Well, that's kind of trippy. What the hell? Oh! Look at that! Do you see how the yellow bars are moving further apart when there's more of her to draw, and they're getting closer together when there's less of her to draw? Because it's taking less time to draw the frame, so the the little gap, or the big gap between the yellow poles is like time that's being spent both drawing the long Yook as well as waiting for a fixed time. So yeah, that gap's gonna widen up as it becomes, as she, you know, the more pixels you gotta draw of her on the screen, the longer it takes. To the canvas, really. All pixels are being sent to the screen, but more being drawn on the canvas takes longer. I'm very tempted to remove this stop and just see how quickly she zooms across the screen. I'm sorry, I just think it's gonna be funny. I don't even know if the LCD is gonna be like fast enough to show this properly, but let's try it. Oh, this LCD is not designed for this kind of speed. Oh, it's so funny. It actually looks better on the camera than it does in my own eyes, but I don't have a great view of it. I like how it looks like the yellow things are like teeth opening and closing or something. Not that teeth usually open and close. I swear I'm normal. I swear my teeth don't do that. I promise my teeth don't do that. She ready to be zooming? She do. Okay, I'm gonna put that back there.
You just being cute again. He said she's allowed. With one small look, she stuns the crowd. A tiny tilt, a subtle meow, and suddenly peace falls from the sky. We never said yes. We had no say yet. Here she is, cute anyway.
No, you oscilloscope accordion suit. Yeah, it was kind of like that, wasn't it? I too have accordion teeth. I'm swear. I don't. Adjust wait time by pixels drawn. Easiest way would, I guess, just be to have like use a tick, a system tick, and wait however much time is remaining until the end if I want a really consistent frame rate. But I don't really care about the frame rate. It's gonna be like 2 frames a second eventually, you know? Maybe 4. So yeah. Oh, I think it's going to be interesting to see how much power is currently being used by the STM32 on average. Oh my goodness! Hang on, let me also thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in person, the man humane. Welcome. How was your? Oh my goodness! Holy! What is this? A double raid? Welcome in, both of you. Hi. Welcome in person and chefs. Also, Stewie, I'm doing your redeem right now. Sorry. There we are. Hello, hi, welcome. Welcome to both of you. Welcome in Sea of Tranquility. Hi, Psyching Dev. Resident Yapper. Hi. Relatable.
Cheers.
Why so much cheese?
Cheese.
Can you stop this, please?
Cheese.
I'm gonna slide away. No.
The models.
Damn it.
Cheese.
Welcome in Freddy as well.
Cheese.
What is that? Bruce Malt Faffin about? You're already here, Faffin. Yeah, hi, welcome everybody. How are your streams?
Lactose-filled dairy
Both of you.
product.
Was this a joined one? Or is this oh, it is a double wade, okay. Double wade. I can run shaders now? What do you mean I can run shaders now? What is this cursed emote? Oh, because I was talking about For some reason, it looks more cursed when it's hidden behind the oscilloscope view and faded out of it. Because I was talking about expanding teeth or something. Oh, it's just great timing? Oh, wow. Hi, welcome, welcome. High standard error as well. Welcome. What am I working on? Well, right here we have an LCD. With some very reflective lights behind it, so I guess the view I had it in is kind of the best view. And look, there's a little long Yook sliding along. Look at that. And this is going to be the LCD for a kind of a pet long Yook thing I want to make. It's like a Tamagotchi, like an electronic pet. She's being probed right now. Oh, apparently the blue thingy broke again. I gotta poke it a bit. There it is. Wait, no, I've stopped again. There's a terrible connection on this one. This probe. The blue lines that are appearing and disappearing, they're not meant to be disappearing. There it goes. Okay, we got the blue lines. Nice. So yeah, I'm right. Sorry, I was working on code to send data or draw things on the LCD essentially. In fact, today I was more working on undrawing things from the LCD. That is, clearing the canvas in as quick a way as I could. Anyway, who cares about me? How are your streams? Let me shout you out. Thank you very much for the follow, Psychic Dev and Personally Humane. Apparently my notifications have broken for some reason. Thank you very much, Weird Divide as well. Sack Bernardo and Duff Dude and Kevin? PRP from ages ago and Boomer Tester? Why the hell are none of these follows? Okay, you know what? I'm restarting my streaming setup. One sec. Hold on. Why were none of those notifications coming through? I swear to God. I swear! Okay, I'm...
Adventure connecting.
Shush. Oh God. Wait, I want to look at the tunnel of long Yooks. Oh. It's kind of hard to see, huh? Okay, how are both of your streams? I'm gonna shout you both out though, you know. Personally Humane, you got in just before, so I'm shouting you out just before. I'm failing to even type on OBS. Person. The man Humane. IRL art stream, I can't draw. Pat. Look, drawing is a dark art. I think people who can do it have like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they manage to do it. So you have my empathy. I hope it went well though. Very happy to hear you think I'm young enough to not know a Tamagotchi. Nah, I'm not. Don't worry, I just tried to mention it each time. Also, I tried to explain it so that I'm not just saying Tamagotchi because this is legally distinct. It's going to be very different. Fun art stream. I'm glad. You just got to finish it as well. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats. Yeah, if you'd like to share the results of that, please let me know. I will make it so you can post a link. Also, Sheps Almighty. I just typed Almighted, and that's not what I meant to do. Sheps Almighty. I kind of didn't realize how that would sound until I read it out as well. I regret it now. Discord bot. I am so good. Were you though? Were you? How did it go? Man, the flipping dichotomy, the contrast between those two titles. How'd it go? How did the snack go? How did Python go? People under 30? Not aware of Tamagotchi? Wait, where did that say? Might have forgot to hit update on OBS. Oh no, it might be, hang on, it might be pulling your stream. Wait, hang on, let me do that one more time. Was it pulling the title from a past VOD? Okay, no, it was not pulling it from a past VOD. Never mind. Sorry, that's re-enabling. Where did the maid title go? The maid title? Oh no. If you change the title of the VOD now, then, and I do a shout out, it will actually pull a new title. Visuals are awesome. Thank you. So yeah, this is like, I'm normally like 3D and stuff, but the camera is getting a break from looking at my face. Yes, I'm going to take the opportunity to make that same joke every single time that I have the opportunity. But I'm going to take the opportunity when I have the opportunity. So something like that. Thank you for the follow Freddy5 or Freddy's Half Cook. I'm flipping glad the follow notifications are working because I went a long time without realizing that people were following, and now I feel terrible for not having thanked them before. My stream setup is, let's just say, sometimes it works. Apparently it's not today. We got one brain cell and one joke, and we use them as much as we can. Yes, I love your one brain cell joke. See, you managed to make that work in many different ways, though. Hi, welcome, Erin. Hi. Thank you, Twice Cream as well. What a good name. Or Twi Cream? But is it? It's Twice. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Twi Cream. It looks like ice cream, but twice. I realize I misread it there. Anyway, I am very sorry to be doing this when I've just been raided by 2 people. But I'm gonna have an end stream soon. Basically now, in fact, because it's 8 PM here and I haven't eaten yet. And I gotta eat and shower. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry to be doing this. Gotta go and make dinner. See, look, same for you as well, right? Well, the missus will... And why did I read Mars? The Mars at first. The missus will end my flawless being alive streak. Please survive. I'm planning to make a real-life handheld electronic pet LCD thing. Oh, it's Autoyuki. Hi, Autoyuki. Thank you for explaining. I forgot that I even made that a thing. The project command. I mean, I forgot that I updated it. Sorry. I know it was a thing. Was there a temperature? Yeah, you can do temperature or temp or stuff. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, so the commands it's listing are the ones... Oh yeah, right, I haven't added that one. Ha! Thank you, I actually need to add that to the list. So, the list of things she shows is like usually... It's dynamic for messages that are like have a hard-coded response. So for example, right now, I could just go in here, add a response so that when you type... Nyan, she says Nyan, and then if you do Nyan, then that happens. And also if you use help or commands, was it commands? I can't, yeah I can, no that's the wrong one. Help, yeah, now she lists Nyan in there. But yeah, for ones that I actually had to program, like a proper temperature response that's not just fixed, I have to manually add the name of it, and I forgot to do that. So yeah, temp or temperature. I wonder if heat is one that works as well. Hot? Nah, they're not. Anyway, thank you very much for the luck. But yeah, I will have to end now, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I can show you photos of the thing I'm working on though. Well, I mean, it's on my flipping camera view right now, I guess, but this is going to be a better quality picture of it, I guess. Or maybe not, actually. This is how the breadboard used to look. Look at the mess that it is now. There's a lot more on it now. Such as this LCD. Anyway. Yeah, this is like the brain. This is what I'm programming for. It's going to be the thing inside the oh, there's a better close-up view. Inside the Tamagotchi. This is a test for a different library that I modified. Yeah. Then I wrote my own one. But this was, I modified an existing LCD library to be able to draw a transparent sprite on top of something. This is a test for it. And, but that was on the Arduino. And now the LCD is being driven by that tiny little STM32 instead. Oh, right, I wanted to measure the power consumption of it. I want to test that. This is at like a high frame rate as well, where it's not eventually going to be running at such a high frame rate. It's going to be like a couple of frames a second, so that it can run for weeks or months, hopefully. But right now, I want to measure the power consumption of the LCD and the microcontroller. Is there an easy way to do this? I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to show this on stream, but you'll have to believe me when I read the number. If I can get as far as reading the number. Where's it coming in? There. Okay, I can just disconnect the LCD, and that'll tell me how much power just the microcontroller is using. Big brain. Okay, it's coming in there. pull this wire out and put it there. Put the multimeter between there and there. And put it in the current measuring thingy and alright, plug it in. How much is it using? It's varying a bunch between like 40. Wait, maybe I can get this in view. Maybe I can get this in view actually. It's varying a bunch because, you know, it's like taking longer to draw the long Yook sometimes when there's lots of her body on screen. I wonder if I can get this in view. Can you see this? Hold on. There you go. Ta-da! This number is in milliamps, so we're talking like 48 microamps to 71 microamps maybe? That is incredibly good. Holy crap. Yes, this really is milliamps. Yes, really. Okay. Now let's measure it with the LCD connected as well. So, yeah. I think the LCD is like, oh, I can't remember. It's like, well, it also depends on what's being shown on it. So, let's plug it in. I think it also uses a tiny bit more when it's updating, just a tiny bit, because the, you know, its own driver takes a bit. All right, let's plug this in. Hold on, let's get the camera so that it can see first. Okay. We plug it in, it'll go overload for a second. When it's in reset state, it draws a lot of camera for some reason. Let's force it out of reset, please. Arduino, stop this, reset. Okay. There we are. Okay, there's more like 0.4 milliamps, so somewhere around 400 microamps. Okay. And if we were to have this running at a lower frame rate, we can just, I could just upload this right now, in fact. Let's change this to like the 2 frames a second that I keep on saying, right? Approximately. Also, I realized I've connected this backwards, so it's measuring a negative number, but let's not talk about that. This is gonna go overload while it's uploading. Okay, now on average it's like 0.36 yeah, about 360 micrograms on average, I guess. Okay, so the LCD is probably responsible for the vast majority of this. The LCD is probably responsible for like, I'd guess 350 microamps or so. That's pretty much what I was expecting. I was expecting like around 0.5 milliamp actually, so that's slightly better than I was expecting. All right, this is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And obviously this is just visuals. I do want there to be audio as well, but the audio is going to be like this. The audio is going to be few and far between the times when audio is going to be playing. So I don't think it's going to be too bad, hopefully. Oh, the audio will take on the order of milliamps though to play, rather than, you know, hundreds of microamps. We're probably going to be using maybe 10 milliamps or so. So that will use a lot more power, but you know, like maybe for like a couple of seconds, every like, I don't know, maybe every hour on average, or like maybe like every half hour on average or something. Like, because someone's probably going to play with it for like a few minutes maybe, and then like half of the time they're going to be asleep, so it's definitely not going to be speaking while they're asleep. It's only going to speak on interaction. I don't want this to be a thing that becomes obnoxious and waking people up from sleep, because sleep is super important and I super appreciate it, and I don't want to be disturbing people in their sleep. That sounds horrible. Anyway, All right, let's catch up. I'm not familiar. I know you said STM32 in that form factor. It's actually going to be in a different form factor eventually. It's going to be one that has the LQFP64 form factor. I'm buying like a different STM32 that has more pins and an analog output for easier audio output. I do already have some audio output, but I'm having to like low pass filter it and stuff. So I'm gonna have to do that. Won't e-ink be more power efficient? Thank you for the pads, by the way. Nikodaya. Welcome, Nikodaya. The problem with e-ink is the need to do full refreshes and the fact that it flashes. You can do partial refreshes, but you still, or some of them you can do partial refreshes on, but you still have to like do full refreshes every so often. Otherwise, if you're only doing partial refreshes, then it will like permanently damage it eventually. This is not a thing I knew about until I saw a project that someone was making. Someone's making a really cool project on YouTube. I wish I could link to this right now, but this was a while ago. I won't be able to find it easily. But someone's making like a personal organizer that uses e-ink. Or used e-ink, I think. I'm not sure if they're still using it. I think they are. But they reported that they ended up killing one of their e-ink displays by just doing lots and lots and lots of partial refreshes. As in like only updating parts of it. If the image is pretty static, it's expensive to update the display. And usually doesn't do many refreshes per second. Yeah, it's annoying. My sort of target number of refreshes per second, or just like regularity of refreshes, is kind of right in between e-ink and LCD, you know? And there is this, Stewie discovered that there's also this thing that I think it was Philips makes called memory LCDs. They're incredibly, well, like entirely proprietary. They're the only one that's making them. And for anything other than the most common size, stupidly expensive. Also, the pixel density is much higher than I need, which is annoying because it means I have to clock out a lot more information, so it's going to be slower to clock out stuff. I wish if they made those in like a lower pixel density and a lower resolution, bigger size, that'd be very appealing. They're still kind of appealing. Just do that in my head. Pocket pets are still like 3 still poses. Might be completely wrong. Oh, just in your head, pocket pets are like 3 still poses. Yeah, there aren't going to be that many. There are going to be different expressions based on things happening. I have far too grand ideas for what I want to do. I want there to be able to be like a weather system, and so she'll hide in the rain, and maybe like a day and night cycle that is not linked to the real one, because I don't want to encourage bad sleep cycles again, but maybe things like that, I don't know. No Yook alarm clock mode? Probably not, but it does have an RTC module inside, if you like, a real-time clock, but you would need an external crystal for like accurate timekeeping, but that is a thing you can do, yeah. Just catching up. That's why I watch you as I go to bed when you're streaming late, because you aren't a sleep disturber. Oh, nice. I'm glad. Well, I did make some slightly loud, maybe foghornish noises on stream earlier. Not myself personally, but I captured some SPI data being sent by the scope and then loaded it on Audacity and played it with a reverb on it. Is it this one? If I may have linked. Let's have a look. Can I open it? It's opening. It's loading. Yes, it's that one. Yes. If the goal of the project is for people to be able to make their own, it's not. It makes a lot of sense to shoot for easy to get the lower cost components over peak performance. My idea is that I would like it to be a thing that I could sell as merch. It will have to be open source as well because of some of the licenses, but you know, I don't know if most people are going to want to make it. If the goal, I already read that. Thanks for the explanation. Didn't know partial refresh. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Welcome back, person. I'm going to have to disappear right now. I'm sorry. Listen here. If people keep your stream up at a loud enough volume for it to disturb them, that's their problem. You know what? You're right! Yeah! Okay, that's really obnoxious, but I had to do it. You know I had to do it to M. Oh, Sharp, not Phillips, Sharp, sorry. Sharp it. Love it. Alright, I'm gonna pass you on to somebody. There are 3 good suggestions of availability-nesses for people to pass you on to right now. On the one hand, why are you playing? What are you doing? Twitch?
Like
what
the cactus.
Why? What the? That was weird. Twitch kept on replaying the same thing. On the one hand, Elkalung, who was here earlier and gifted a sub even, just got back from Offkai, so it could be interesting to hear some of his stories. And he's doing programming stuff as, you know, that's what he does. But on the other hand, I have not raided Kat in a long time. She's actually on right now, and I have the opportunity to raid her. She's a very good friend of mine. She's an amazing artist, and she's doing art right now. She does not do programming. But look at this! Look at this! She was zoomed out a moment ago. Now you can only see a close up. However, I flipping love the facial expressions she draws as well. So I might pass you on. Also, she just recently started doing animations. She made this. It's actually much higher resolution, but she made it a sticker, so it's low resolution on the stream. But anyway, so I might pass you on to Kat because I haven't been able to read her in ages. Even though she's probably going to be something to eat soon, so I better do it quickly. I'll snipe her. Actually, no, she probably ate first because she's like an hour ahead. So yeah, she probably ate before she's, I don't know. I'm so cool? Hey, that's not me. I didn't draw. I can't draw. That's not me. I'm not the cool one. When do I stream? That's a very good question. I used to have a stream schedule. And getting rid of it was one of the best things I ever did because I was getting so stressed about it. I'm an anxious person in general. And yeah, so I don't have one anymore. I tried to stream 3 times a week. I've only been managing 2 times a week recently. But I'm trying. Oh, I see what you mean. The changing, the transition thingy. I see. Schedules are for regular people. I'm special. We just turn up whenever you do. No! That makes me feel bad. I mean, simultaneously flattered and also a little bit... Sorry. Right now I'm streaming within my daytime and I'm ending before 10 p.m. As you can see, it's 8:20. It's 202202. We just passed that. Amazing. Which is like 8:22 p.m. So I'm ending before that. I'm typically starting in the early afternoon. There were a couple of streams I did recently where I started technically in the morning, like 11 or something, which is interesting. Not sure if my sleep schedule is slipping. I think right now is the longest I've been able to keep it like good. And that is even with absolutely awful weather at night, like really hot. So I was actually able to not completely lose my sleep schedule during that time. Which I'm amazed about. But anyway, yeah, so I don't know if that really answers your question. Typically within a range of 8 hours before now until now. Whatever your time zone is, you can. Oh, there you go. Oh, no, never mind. She zoomed back out. Oh, for a second, she zoomed back in. For a moment, she zoomed out. I was gonna switch back so you could see the full image she's drawing, but I was too late. And the animation would have been too slow anyway. Schedules off the week. Real ones do everything based on vibes. Oh no, not the vibes. Hi, Psychic Dev. Okay, I'm gonna pass you on to Kat. I mean, yapping on about this for too long. I'm not gonna take up the opportunity. Oh my god, I actually can't speak. My brain is... I would say my brain is becoming mush, but it's been mush all day. I'm gonna pass up on the opportunity to pass you on to Kat right now. Oh wait, is she ending? She's zooming out and she's looking at it for a long time. Please don't be ending stream, Kat.
So annoying.
Is she ending? Is she ending? I don't know if she's ending. Sorry, we just got blessed cat stretching noises being really quiet there. I'm gonna start putting a raid through. and we'll see what happens. No, wait, she streams? She does. Okay, here's where we're going. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really, really expected she might... Oh no, she's zooming back in. Okay, she's zooming in. Please, please let this not be the end of her stream. Oh, she's zooming out again. No! Okay, she's zooming in. Is she going to be drawing? Is she drawing? Oh god, I can't tell if she's ending stream. No! I don't know if she's streaming or not. Have a look at this really smug face. Oh, she's zoomed. Okay, never mind. She's zoomed right back in. Alright, that's a good sign. She's probably not ending stream. Perfect. Alright. Perfect. Thank you so much, person. Thank you, thank you. I am often doing programming, and recently this electronics project as well. And sometimes, heaven forbid, I play things, but usually the things I play require me to have had like decent sleep because they like kind of need like fast reactions and stuff, and so yeah, sleep is hard, so I don't do it that much anymore, unfortunately. Hey! How dare you? Oh, thank you for the pats. But yeah, that's gonna be all for now. I'm gonna be ending the stream. I'm gonna get some food. Yes, Yuri, I'm gonna save the kidneys as well. So glad I found you. Thank you very much, Psychic. Thank you. You're all super kind. Thank you for the raids. I'm sorry for ending so soon after raids. But yeah, that's gonna be all for now. Please take care of yourselves. I will hydrate and posture check. I promise I'm gonna refund you for this time though. Okay, bye! Oh, I guess socials as well, but I think it's too late now. I didn't think of a raid message either. Oh god. Ah!